be a person, it can be whatever. Yeah, so these points will be extracted and then analyzed. That is the technique of laser-based scanning. So laser beam is not harmful for our eyes because the frequency of laser beam is not very high. That means it is not ionized, so it is good. Laser scanner do not record video except laser points. That is good point. Data processing will be very fast. That means we don't need to install some high performance computing system, server, or cloud computing, or distributed computing. We don't need. So inside camera that can be solved. And most important thing is we can put this CCTV camera everywhere. For example, in the bathroom or restroom, some heart attack people we can monitor. Some illness, serious illness people we can monitor. But in CCTV camera, we cannot monitor it because of the privacy. So this is a good advantage for monitoring, laser scan monitoring. So tracking using laser scanner. So here is there are some scenarios, like there is a car here. A car is parked on the pedestrian way, and this is the motorway. This person to person is going down and then coming to its place. Another scenario is here. This truck and trucks are parked on the pedestrian way, so people cannot go. This wheelchair people cannot move very well. Another scenario is all the cars are parked on the pedestrian way. So how can this pedestrian go? And another one is also all of the cars are parked on the highway partially and pedestrian way. So this is also problem. So this kind of problem we can monitor using laser scan, using day and night. Because laser scan, it has no problem with light illumination. We can get information at night as well as day, no problem. So here is another schematic diagram. This is on vehicle 2 is going this direction and vehicle 3 is going another direction. This is the carriageway. And here is the occupancy 1, occupancy 2, occupancy 3, and somebody is passing here and then going out because of this occupancy 3 and then coming back. So this kind of problem actually we need to solve. Also the city planner needs this kind of thing, information that where the more occupancies on the highways and pedestrian ways occur. It is important to know to make the smart city and other things. Okay, this kind of okay, there are many methods to solve this laser scan tracking. So I mentioned here only 3 of them. So one is threshold method, another is Kalman filter method, another is particle filter method. So threshold method, we can see there, get laser scan data from LMS, or this is the name of the scanner, LMS 511, and then transfer those data into video frame. And next one, we separate the fixed point and the moving point. And then after removing the moving point, we have only the fixed, moving the fixed point, we have only the moving point. So moving points are more important. That means somebody, what is moving, that we are more interested to know. Then classify the moving point using threshold. And then Hungarian method and Kalman filter can be used to understand what are those moving points. And then we can get the trajectories of movers. This is the threshold method. And then Kalman filter method, the procedure actually same, more or less same. The difference here is only Kalman filter. Here is using SVM, classify moving object using SVM. And here is using threshold method using threshold. And in Kalman filter using SVM. And Hungarian method, Kalman filter are used. And particle filter, it is different story because Kalman filter is based on Gaussian distribution and particle filter is not like this. Particle filter actually solves the problem of Kalman filter. So the problem of Kalman filter are solved here in a particle method. So it is more or less same. Only the problem is here particle filter. So this is the based on particle filter. So we'll continue. Yes, laser scanner. So this is the practical view of laser scanner. This is LMS 511. This two. There are this is SIG company. It is a Axtin Gesellschaft. It's a German company. They are producing this kind of laser scanner. It is like in price maybe it is 3,000 euro. This two together, and there are some. Okay, here this is the operating region, and there are some connection here. Plus this is a red, blue, and there are connection with the internet and computer connection, like this. Okay, more details we'll see here. How to install this? So these are the functions of this. Some of them are connectors, some of them are computer connector, and this is the region where we can use the laser scanner. Yes, this is the laser scanning region actually. These laser beams are coming from here and then it's capturing. And this is the practical use, how to install this camera. This is the laser scanner actually. And then we have computer here. This computer is connected to the computer. So laser scanner is connected to the computer, and then this computer is connected to the internet or Ethernet or whatever. So these two model, one is LMS 511. This is more people are using this one mostly, LMS 511. Another one is LD MRS. This is also used, but this is most LMS 511 are mostly used, frequently used. Okay, here laser beam. So laser means what is laser? Light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, right? That means it is light amplification. So laser light is coming from the gravity, and then it is amplified and coming out, and then that is actually laser beam. So laser beam is coming from here. One in this scenario you can see in the LMS 511. Another one is 511. Another install is here. So two persons are here. They are moving, and the laser beam is coming from in this direction here. Another one is coming, red is in this direction, and how to get the data. So when, for example, this laser beam is going there, and then it is reflected from the leg of this person, and then it is coming back to the laser, and then this information is recorded. If for example, this information is going out and it is not reflecting back. So in this case, no information will be stored by this LMS 511 this way. So what is reflecting and it is coming back to the laser scanner, that are considered as data point. So that is important. Okay, here is the practical collection of data. For example, we have several cameras, LMS laser scanner installed in this highway. So some cars are passing here, 1, 2, 3, 4 like this, and one person, a pedestrian, is coming here, and then here we are this laser scanner. Some laser scanner is getting letting information laser beam, and then it is reflected to the scanner, and this data point are gathered from this person. So we can see that we are getting information on a specific part. It can be the leg, it can be the body of some specific part, or can be head, or can be hand, like this, a specific part, not all of this information. So in this person, these only 2 points are represented at this person. And here, for example, this car, it is the laser beams are coming from here, and then we can get like L-shaped information. Here also, this information is coming here. So these are the practical information for here. This is another car. This is another car. So we can see that there's some different here. So when it is a person or pedestrian, then we have some points like this. But when there is a car like this, then we have like L-shaped information, like L-shaped or long line like this, or some L-shaped information on dotted or long dotted information like this. So now we are going to analyze this information. I want to create this kind of information. So this is the real information, and this is our laser scanned point. Okay, next here is information. This is LMS. This is LMS 511 camera is installed here, and this information. So this is giving us information like here right side. This information is obtained from this information. For example, this car, a car is passing here. So this is like the L-shaped information, and some information here. These 3-4 people are around, so they are here somewhere. But it is most probably these dots, or these dots. And sometimes we can see there is a long line. So that can be some wall, or a street, or some tree, or somewhere. It's reflecting the information, and then we are getting information. So the main problem is here. How to get the information, and after getting the information, we have like this information. So this is the practical information. Now we are going to analyze these blue colored lines and dots. So what are these? And we will track them, and we will analyze that based on this. This is a person, this is a car, or this is a vehicle, or whatever. Yes, like this. But another problem is these blue colors, fixed point and moving points are included. So now our next challenge is to separate them. Moving point and the fixed point, we have to separate them. Okay. For this, sorry. Yes, it is here. I think we have another. Yes, here, this slide. Here. So here we can see this is the moving point. Moving points are red. This is the red 2 points, red points, and these are the blue colored point. So blue color information is considered as the static information. That means it can be a tree, it can be a static person, or it can be a wall, it can be a car that is not moving, like this information. So red information are more important. So we are analyze only this red information. So here like this information, yes, red information here. This is, if we see this, there is a car here. This is the car representing, and some people are moving around. These are the some people. But another challenge is how can we know this? These are the these dots are people, or these dots are car. How can we know this? For this reason, we have another solution. Yeah, that is called support vector machine. Support vector machine, it's a well-known machine actually, machine learning technique. Support vector machine, it has 2 phases. One is training phases, another is testing phase. In training phases, we will give some information. We learn this vector, support vector machine, and then it will give us information when we will ask the question. For example, this is I am a vehicle, yeah, and then I am a pedestrian. This is learned by this support vector machine, and then new information are coming. For example, who are you? Like this kind of thing. What is this? What is that? Who are you? Who are you? Like this. And then support vector machine is asking, okay, I am already trained, so I know who are you. So when it is coming, then say, okay, you are a pedestrian. When this kind of structure is coming, then say, oh, okay, you are a vehicle. When this information, okay, you are a pedestrian. When this information is coming, then okay, you are the vehicle. So we can distinguish what are the vehicles and what are the pedestrians. Okay, now it is clear for us. Okay, so in practical, we can use this kind of information. Yeah, from like vehicle V1, V2, V2, yes, until 10. And then for pedestrian, we can use this kind of information, this 10. This is the training phase, and this is the testing. The testing phase starts from T1 to T40. These are the more or less we have this kind of information. So support vector machine will distinguish them. Yeah, now we will come to the problem. This is our original video, and this is our obtained information using laser scanned data. Okay, from here, what is that? Now we'll give this information to the subvector machine, and subvector machine will give us the information here, result. What is that? Yes, it's a vehicle. Yeah, it's a vehicle. And this is the pedestrian. This is another pedestrian. This is another pedestrian. This is another pedestrian. This is another pedestrian, and these are the pedestrian. So we know this. What is what? Okay. Next problem is we have to track them because we are tracking because here is a pedestrian 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. There are a lot of there are many pedestrian here, and one car is here. So we have to track them. Tracking means we will track. Okay, for tracking we have algorithm, Hungarian algorithm. Algorithm, it is a well-known algorithm actually. It works with assignment problem, data association. What is data association? For example, here in this frame we have two video frame. One is frame 1 and frame F and frame F plus 1. So here we have target 1, target 2, target 3. In this frame we have 3. But in the next frame there are many. For example, target 1 is occluded. That means it is we cannot. It is hidden by some obstacle, so we cannot see it. So, target 2 it is here somewhere among either this one or this one. Target 3 it can be this one or this one. So Hungarian algorithm is working that it will make association for everything. For example, T1 will make association for all of this object. The next frame, T2 also make association with all of this object, and T3 will make association with all of this object. And then there's some matrix calculation. It has some formula, and then afterwards it will calculate. There is a long calculation over there. Okay. Next, we'll see the result of this Hungarian algorithm. So the result of this Hungarian algorithm is here. For example, this T3 is one of them. Yes, it is trajectory. So it is correctly detected. And what about T2? T2 can be one of them, this one or this one. Yes, it is detected correctly. But T1 is already occluded. It is hidden by some object, so we cannot see it. But the Hungarian algorithm, by default, it's said no, this is the next object in the frame. So it is definitely it is wrong because the object is occluded. We cannot see it, but it is assigning another one. So this is the main problem of Hungarian algorithm. So how can we solve this problem? Yes, we can solve it this problem with another way that is called Kalman filter. Yes, with Kalman filter we can solve this Hungarian problem. So we have the same problem. We have object, for example, T1, T2, T3, and here is the next frame. We have some association, Hungarian algorithm, and Kalman filter is Hungarian algorithm is assigning this wrong way. This is correct. This is correct, and this is Hungarian algorithm. And next one is Hungarian algorithm plus Kalman filter. If we use together, then we can solve the problem. Then, for example, T3 is correct, T2 is correct. T1 is, yes, it is also correct because the target is out of frame or motionless or occluded. Yes, so we solved the problem. That means Hungarian algorithm plus Kalman filter, together we can solve any kind of problem. Yeah, okay, now we'll see the tracking result. So you can see there are several frames here. So this is the initial frame. Person 3, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the situation of this. This is another pedestrian is moving this way. Pedestrian 3 is 3 and then going out. Pedestrian 1. Okay, pedestrian 6. He's just moving. He's around. He's not moving very far away. He's just moving on his leg or like rotating like this. And pedestrian 7, it is also moving from one place to another. Pedestrian way, it is just moving, maybe sitting, maybe what is doing. And the vehicle here, it is first frame, second frame, third frame, and then out of frame. So we can detect very clearly, we can track all of this information very clearly. That means we can track all of these pedestrian very clearly and also the vehicle person. Okay, now comparison with the ground truth. What is the result of this? So this pink color dots, this is the ground truth for pedestrian, and then this pink color, this is the ground truth for the vehicles. So pedestrian case, we can see there are many algorithms here. We have mentioned 3 algorithms. So here we can see this is the blue, yellow color. Yellow color one is close to the ground truth. So this one, it is close to the ground truth. For example, the black color one is very far away from the ground truth. That means the performance of performance of this threshold method is not very good actually. On the other hand, this blue color, this yellow colored one, the performance is very good because it is close to the ground truth. The ideal case, it should be on the ground truth. All of them, all of these lines should be light on these lines. But there are some error, calculation error or algorithmic error or some background subtraction error, or there are many errors. So this includes here. And this yellow one is the this is Kalman filter and particle filter algorithm actually. The third algorithm. Yes, this is the comparison. And here, this is the vehicle case. This is also good. This is the ground truth of this line. This line these are the ground truth. And then we have, if we compare this yellow one, the yellow one is also, it is totally correct from here because this yellow one is totally lying on this pink line. And some of them there is a deviation and then coming here, and this is some error here. Yeah, some error here, and then it is going, and then yes, that means the pedestrian case we have more error, but in vehicle case we have less error. Why it is so? Because if a pedestrian can move like this, move, bend and forward, backward like this, but a vehicle cannot move. It is fixed. The structure of the vehicle is fixed. That's why we got better result in case of vehicle. But in case of pedestrian, we have a lot of errors. Yeah, different kind of errors. Now we'll see the error analysis here. So here is the pedestrian case and this is the vehicle case. And we have RMSE, root mean square error, and CB RMSE, and another error calculation. We have 4 kinds of error. This is MAP, this is log scale, because if we plot it, it will be very large. That's why we are plotting with a log scale. This is log scale. This on, this on, this on, these are log scale. But RMSE, you can see this RMS, CV RMSE. The CV RMSE, the maximum value is 1 and minimum is 0. 0 means it is the perfect case, that like ground truth. But it is not. In this case, we can see this yellow one here. It is something is there. That means in this method, threshold method, there is something, some error. Kalman filter method, there is some error. Particle filter method, there is some error. But if we compare this threshold, Kalman filter and particle filter, we can see the lowest error obtained in particle filter. Yes. And next one is vehicle case. Vehicle case also, it should be, yeah, this is the yellow one. This is more than 0.5. This is also something less than 0.5, and this is less than 0.3. So here, if we compare this threshold method, Kalman filter and particle filter, we can see this is the best one. Particle filter method, this become the best performative algorithm among these 3. Okay, this is kind of comparative error. Okay, yes, we finished actually. Okay, privacy of people can be ensured by laser and based surveillance system, because you have 2 kinds of surveillance system. One is CCTV camera, another one is laser based or laser camera based surveillance system. So for privacy, we will select laser based surveillance. Laser scanner provide us only data points, so that's why the calculation will be very short. That means a camera inside camera, there's some processor. The processor inside the camera can be calculated this information. But in case of CCTV camera, some cameras, yes, nowadays they have some processor, but still it's not enough. We need some external server or computer. But in case of laser scanner, inside we can do this, no problem. So no color information can be obtained from laser scanner. That is true, because we are getting only the points, and afterwards we are analyzing the point. What is this point? This can be a car, this can be a person, this can be a wall, this can be a steel car, this can be a tree, like this. Laser beam has no effect on human eyes. Sure it is, because it has some frequency. This frequency is not harmful for us, for our eyes especially, because those beams are not ionized. Normally laser beam may be ionized, so that is very dangerous. But this beam is not ionized, so we have no problem with laser beam using this LMS, but maybe another device, we don't know. So result of SVM and Hungarian method with particle filter give the best result among the other methods, like threshold method with Hungarian method and particle method, or support vector machine with Hungarian method and Kalman filter. So we got the best method is SVM with Hungarian method with particle filter. So that's all. Okay, thanks for your attention. Yes, if you have any question, please drop email to me. Have a sound health. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Haider, for your presentation. It's very good one, and the method that you presented as well. I don't know if you hear us or not, or any question. I think Dr. Haider cannot hear us. So if you have any question, please just write it in the comments for him. I'm gonna call him and let him know that if you have any question, he can look at the.
If you have any question, please.
Can you hear us?
Call me.
Can you hear us?
Or send an email, please.
Can you hear us? No. So please, if you have any question, just write it down.
Yes, yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. You hear us, right? Or you can hear us?
Okay.
You hear us, Dr. Haider? No. Okay. Any question from the audience? Any question from the audience? Okay. Thank you so much. We'll move on. Okay. What about the certificate? This is not a question about the presentation, right? It's not. Yeah, there will be an electronic certificate that we said before, but please be with us for in the next sessions. Almost 80%. Please attend almost 80% of the presentations and the sessions, and we'll send you the electronic version of a certificate. Okay. So we'll move forward. Okay. So thank you, Dr. Haider. I'll move forward to our next speaker. I believe Professor Hikmet with us right now, right? So would you please unmute yourself?
All right, so I did.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thanks very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be with you today.
I will introduce you first, then we can start. Inshallah, okay. So Professor Hekmat Kambaraj, if I'm pronouncing the name well, he is a full professor and the Dean of Faculty at Balkan University. He got his PhD in computational physics in 2005 from Manchester Metropolitan University. And he had a postdoctoral studies at the University of Minnesota, Arizona State University, and the Institute of Nanotechnology at the University of Edmonton. He received his Bachelor of Science in Physics in 1996 from the University of Tirana, and his Master of Science in Physics from the University of Siegen in 2000. Professor Hekmat has a large number of publications and book chapters in reputed journals and book series as well. He served as editor-in-chief, editorial board member, and ad hoc reviewer many of the conferences and journals. Professor Hekmat has a famous book at Springer, Molecular Dynamics in Statistical Physics, Theory and Applications, focusing on understanding the structure, the dynamics, and the thermodynamics of macromolecular systems using the laws of physics and biochemistry and applied mathematics as well. He also participated in many of the international conferences and as a speaker and a keynote speaker. Also, he has a great attention to his students. He loves teaching and preparing lecture notes for his students. So I welcome you, Professor Hekmat.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction.
And the stage is yours. So I'll just let you share your slide. Here. You can share your screen, please. Yes.
All right.
Great.
Good morning to everyone. So today I'll talk about some advances in computer simulation of macromolecular systems. So I'll talk about go through what is macromolecule, what kind of methods we use, and what are some of the trends and applications, some advanced techniques used on the computer simulation, how we can produce data, and what are some of the problems of the data, and I will conclude at the end. Just to make a brief introduction about what is a molecular structure that we need for computer simulations. Imagine that on the real life, there are about 20 amino acids. When two amino acids interact with each other, they release a water molecule and they form a peptide bond. If many of these amino acids connect in sequence, then you have a so-called primary protein structure. Because of the interactions, mostly specific interactions between the amino acids, and they form secondary structures that you see here. Two of these are the most important, the helical and the beta sheet structures. And when these structures group together, they form the so-called tertiary structure, or what we call it a protein. So this is more or less what you need at the end to perform the simulations. Where we get these structures? We get it from the experimental data, or sometimes we model, but you never want to do this to model them because it's very hard. So last 2 weeks ago, I was searching on the database of the protein structures, and I extracted what are some of the available protein and nucleic acid data structures, which are obtained by the experimental data. So I plotted this one, and you could see it on from the first picture, that most of the protein structures, either protein or protein complexes, are obtained by the X-ray experiments. Just a few by the NMR experiments, and even less from the electron microscopy, and even less from other methods. The same also for the nucleic acids or protein and nucleic acid complexes. Also this one, the X-ray dominates. So you could see 90% is obtained from the X-ray structure about the proteins, and about 83% for the protein Na complexes. If I make a plot about the resolution on the angstrom of the obtained from the experiment of protein structures or macromolecular structures, you see that the most of them are on the resolution of 1.8 to 2 angstrom. This is a very good actually resolution to use on the molecular dynamics or the computer simulation techniques that I'll discuss in a moment. So this is kind of picture from the experimental data that we can use. And you could see that there is not too many. So if you see the total number of proteins that are obtained by the experimental data that we know today, it's about a little less than 160,000. So it's not too many. So there are more to discover. So this is something, a very interesting topic. Now, what is techniques that we use for the computer simulation? The most famous or popular method, it is the so-called molecular dynamics simulations. What it is, this one? This is to obtain a dynamics or the trajectories of some coordinates that represent the atoms on the system, right? So if we say that the coordinates are R1 to Rn for each n atoms in 3 dimensions, so we have 3n degrees of freedom, then we solve in the simplest case the so-called Newton's law, which says that the mass times the second time derivative of the coordinates equal to the force. And if we say that the system is conservative, then this force, it is equal to the minus gradient of some potential scalar. And this is something that we have to solve it using numerical methods. And this is what about molecular dynamics. Then we obtain the coordinates R as a function of time. Now, what are some of the advantages that we have seen on the molecular dynamic simulation techniques? One of these it is that, as I said, the equation that I showed you, this one before, it is very simple. We have to use to reproduce the so-called experimental setups. For this one, you need to control some other parameters, macroscopic parameters of the system, like temperature, pressure, and so on. Then some advances are use of the thermostat and barometer to control either the temperature or the pressure. For example, you could measure Nuse-Hoover, Nuse-Poincaré, Nuse-Andersen, Berenson, Gaussian, Langevin dynamics. These are popular techniques to control this temperature or the pressure. Another one it is you have to use the proper statistical ensemble. Then NVE, which controls the number of particles on the system, volume, and the energy, it is less popular one, especially for the macromolecular systems. The most popular are NVT, which controls not just the number of particles and volume, but also the temperature. Another one is that controls the pressure and the temperature. The most important is to control also the pH. This is very important if you study, because there are some reactions on the cellular environment, cell environment that are controlled by the pH. Or less often, but are also important is grand canonical ensemble. Or another one, which I also worked in recently, is grand isothermal and isobaric ensemble. Another advances is use of good numerical integrator method, time reversible, symplectic, multi-time steps, stable, explicit numerical integrators. Other advances is how to control the short and long range interactions. For example, for the long range interaction, we use the so-called Ewald summation, particle mesh Ewald. For the short range, we use shift or switch functions. And for short range interaction, we use the Negbert or cell list, which is very. Another thing it is how to use the parallelization performance, how to use the CPU performance by using parallel fast algorithms running on parallel, how to implement the GU performance. Now on the right-hand side, you can see an implementation of the so-called, which is very stable and very often used method, which is the thermostat. So each degrees of freedom which interact with each other via so-called potential interaction, they are connected, coupled to thermostats, all right, where each thermostat is coupled to another one in chain. And this is done to control the temperature. There is an exchange of the energy between the system and the thermostat to maintain a fixed temperature. And this is how we do it. So it is, from the technical point of view, numerical point of view, this is very difficult, but conceptually it's very easy to understand. Now, what are the time reversible and symplectic integrators? On the molecular dynamic simulations, it's not important as much the order of accuracy. Mostly it's second order. You never want to go up. The most important is the stability. So this means that no drift on the error. So the error should not increase. This is the most important message. If the error increases, then you have troubles on the stability of the system. The most stable numerical integrators that are known today are symplectic and time reversible. It is very surprising that although symplectic from the mathematical and mechanical point of view, classical mechanics in physics point of view, should be the most stable one, surprisingly, the time reversible are the most used one in the all software packages. I think the reason is that these time reversible are the most used one. It is because they are able to produce the so-called explicit and stable numerical integrator. Right? And this is why the most often used techniques are the non-Hamiltonian dynamic systems. Right? It is very easy to also to integrate this kind of dynamical systems. This is why they produce time reversible numerical integrators. You could use the so-called time propagation operator, which depends on Liouville operator, which is this U that I've denoted here. Then you could see that this is time reversible. Just reverse the time t to minus t, and you'll see that they are equal. U minus t is equal to U of t, equal to U inverse. All right, and you can use the Liouville operator, give us in terms of the Poisson brackets of the Hamiltonian, and you could see that the time propagator of the momenta and the coordinates for one time step, it is given by this equation, and you could see gamma at delta t is equal to the propagation operator times the gamma at time 0. Gamma represents the state of the system, and you could see that this is time reversible. And you could solve this one numerically very easy by doing some approximation of the exponential. And this is the only error, numerical error on the system to produce the second order time reversible numerical integrators. Another not very often used in macromolecular system is the Monte Carlo simulation. It is very good used on fluids. It is very good used on the molecular system of rigid molecules. It is very often I've used myself on something the water networks inside the protein cavities. It can be used very efficiently on obtaining the secondary structure ensemble of macromolecular system, considering these secondary structures as rigid molecules, right? But it is less often used on the macromolecules if you consider the whole macromolecule as a flexible one. The reason is because you make an attempt, a random move on the coordinates, which is not a physical. It does not enter at the potential. To do either Monte Carlo or molecular dynamics, we have to use a so-called force field. There are many force fields: CHARMM, AMBAC, GROMACS, OPLS, molecular mechanics of different versions, and so on. The analytical function of the potential energy function is given on this form that is written below. It includes the internal terms like bonds, angle, torsion, improper torsions, and backbone torsion corrections, and non-bounded terms, which includes the van der Waals in form of Lennard-Jones interaction 12.6 and the Coulomb interactions. So this is all these K's that you see on the equations are the force constants, and they have to be obtained, calculated in advance before you start the simulations. These are obtained either most often using the quantum mechanics calculations, or sometimes using the experimental data, but using a special technique fitting, which is very time consuming. So there is a trend in our days to use the so-called automated force field parameterization method against the traditional force field parameterization. If you want to use the force field parameterization using the traditional one method, then you'll go molecule by molecule in a sequential order. And you'll use some input data, experimental data. It could be also quantum mechanicals. You'll use a feature description for this molecule that you want to use. Then you have to use many human and computer resources to predict a value. And this is very time consuming because you have to do it for every single molecule. In our days, it is the so-called automated force field using the so-called machine learning. Could be a perspective. Right? In the sense that you could use some training data to train a machine. Then from this one, you could obtain, the whole goal is to obtain a probability, condition probability that given the training data and some input, any new input X star, you could predict a Y star, which is the new force field parameters for a new molecule. And this is very fast, and this is kind of up-to-date technique. Other methods that are used are the so-called quantum mechanics methods. They start from pure quantum mechanics, methods which are relying on solving the Schrödinger equation by diagonalizing the so-called Hamiltonian matrix operator, which gives the energy values and eigenvalue vectors. This is very rare used for macromolecular system because it is limited to small molecules of hundreds of atoms. It's very expensive. Another used method to avoid this kind, it is the so-called Born-Oppenheimer method. On the Born-Oppenheimer method, right, relies on the fact that the time scales of the nucleus and the electrons is different because the masses are different. So the electron move faster than the nucleus. So you could separate the motions of these two systems. You could solve first the motion of the electrons, then calculate a so-called potential energy surface. Then you take the nucleus moving on this surface. Also, this method, it is time consuming and it is used for small molecules. Other much faster techniques that can be used for larger systems are the so-called ab initio quantum mechanical method, either using the Hartree-Fock approach or using density function theory, or you could use the local spin density function theory, or you could use also the hybrid combination of the Hartree-Fock with density function theory. Some other methods are the so-called semi-empirical quantum mechanical methods, which are used using the empirical parameters. Now, all these one are very costly in terms of the computation point of view, because you have to, in order to solve the electronic wave functions in terms of the Hartree-Fock operator, time complexity, it is m to the power 4, where mf gives the dimension of the Fock matrix. Now you could use advanced technique to obtain faster numerical or algorithms. For example, you could use the sparsity of the Fock matrix. So this means use the fact that the molecular orbitals, which are very far from each other, they overlap just a little, all right? Or you could use the divide and conquer algorithms, which are very good technique. Or you could use you could treat differently the strong and the weak intermolecular interactions. So this is something that you could use in. Another very used technique, it is the combination of both quantum mechanics and the molecular mechanics method. So what you could do, you could divide the system in two regions. The region where you could use, which is smaller, where you could use the pure quantum mechanical method, assuming that you know the electronic structure, or the molecular mechanics region, which is bigger and is considered as a reservoir, as a bath for the quantum mechanical system. For this one, the potential interaction could be split in 3 terms. First term gives the quantum mechanical, the second one, molecular mechanics interaction, and the second gives the interaction between the quantum and classical region. So you could see also on the picture here how you could divide it. So on red, I've given the quantum mechanical region, and on the blue, the classical regions. and you have certain boundary that you have to consider, and this is the most crucial one, how the quantum and the molecular mechanic interaction is performed. Now, this is dominated by the electrostatic interactions. So this means that all the focus it is how to handle the electrostatic interaction between the quantum and molecular mechanics region. For this one, there are so far floating 4 methods. Mechanical embedding, which consider the quantum mechanics in the gas phase, no reservoir. The second one, it is electrostatic embedding, where the electrostatic potential of the reservoir molecular mechanics region, it is expanded on the multipoles, and the quantum region interacts with this molecular mechanics region. Or you could use the polarized embedding methods, which is an improved one, which includes also the polarization of the regions by the quantum region. Or you could use the flexible embedding, which allows mutual polarization, but also the partial change transfer between these 2 regions. Very important, there is a trend between the accuracy of the theory and the computation cost. As you could see, the cost increases if you go from mechanical to flexible region, but also the accuracy increases. So this is something that you have to choose. Now, what are some of the softwares that are used? It is CHARM software, NAMD software, AMBA software, GROMACS software, CPMD software, Desmond software. These are the most used softwares in our days. And I've provided some websites where you could download this one. Some are free, some you have to ask for a license. Some of the trends asked on the software are stable numerical integrators. You have to have integrated data analysis tools. You have to have some graphical interface and documentation for use. They must use flexible solvation models. They might use multiple force fields. They have to have fast algorithms for MPI and GPU performance. So these are kind of trends on the software developments. So if you are planning to use it or to develop it, you have to think about these things. I'm going to give you some performance of the software, for example, of some of these, which are the most popular softwares like CHARM, for example. Now, one thing that you can learn from these graphs is that I've plotted here in the simulation nanoseconds that I can perform a day based on the number of CPU cores that I can use. Now you could see, and for different sizes of the system, you could see that if the size of the system increases, then less work you could do, it, less simulation in nanoseconds per day you could use. For example, just to give you some numbers, so if you use 256 CPU cores for a system which has about 1 million atoms, you could do just 1.5 nanoseconds per day, compared to what you could do. For example, if you have around 92,000 atoms, you could do 16.5 nanoseconds per day. The same you could do comparison if you use the GPU. Now, if you use the GPU performance, you could see that depending on the size of system, the largest that it is published on the website, it is 290,000 atoms, and you could do for these 2 GPU graphic cards, you could do around 10 to 12 nanoseconds per day. All right. Now, this DOMDEC and OpenMM, DOMDEC means that how you could handle the long-range interactions. So this is our special algorithms for handling this one. Then OpenMM, it is an open library of algorithms for use on the GPU performance. I have also analyzed this data and compare what is the time complexity for the long-range interaction. And you could see it is exactly as expected, n log of n, which is very good. Most scalable software that is known today, it is the NAMD software. You could perform up to millions and billions of atoms. There are benchmarks up to billions of atoms. Now, on the graphs that I've shown to you, the most important things, it is where the linear scaling of the performance with respect to the number of nodes breaks. So if longer, so more nodes you use to break it, better it is. So you could see now, So this depends on the computer architecture. So you can see that the blue water computers, they perform better. If you see for these 224 million of atoms, you could see that the linearity continues for longer. It breaks about, if I use 4,096 CPUs, right? Compared to the others. Even if I use 1 billion of atoms, you could see that the linearity breaks around the same 496, which is very good, right? So the most important is how linear the performance with respect to the increase in the number of nodes goes. So this is kind of a trend on the algorithm or or our expectations on the algorithm on these graphs. And you could see that almost all break at 1024, but on the blue water architecture, it breaks a little longer. Now, what are some of the applications and trends used on from the molecular mechanics simulations? They can be used on NMR and X-ray structure refinements. They can be used to predict the protein structure. They can be used to predict the protein folding kinetics and mechanics, conformation dynamics, global optimization, DNA, RNA simulation, membrane, protein, and lipid layer simulations. In our days, also virus capsids have shown some interest. What are some of the trends on the applications that you have to look at? You have to look for better force field to characterize also the electronic polarizations. You have to have good force fields for RNA and DNA. You have to have good solvation force fields for water models, even how to model the cell environment. You have to have good techniques for sampling. You have to explore conformation sampling. You have to do good sampling of reaction pathways, big data handling, large storage, big in silico data analysis methodologies, statistical analysis. You have to have good statistical methods. Sometimes you use computing. You have to increase the CPU, GPU performance. Sometimes you could achieve this one also at the software level using fast algorithms. Application driven. So far, the virus capsid has been successfully. So there are many applications. It is more to do how to control the pH, because there are some reactions on the cell environment that are controlled by the pH, or how to use the virus RNA complexes in cell membranes. So this is kind of up to date, you know, that you could do. I've shown you a list of evolution of the macromolecular simulations from the earliest version up to date in today, or I'm selected here some of the achievement that have make a notice on the science. It is the simulation of a virus with up to 1 million of atoms. This is in 2006. In 2009, we have the HIV-1 capsid with about 6 million atoms explicit. Then 2012, we have the recent simulations. We have the so-called, this is in 2019, 2020. We have the COVID-19 capsid with 160 million of atoms. It is up to, in 2020, it is approved research to do, for example, for COVID-19 spike protein complex with ACE2 in cell membranes, which includes 200 million of atoms. So this is something. On the red here, I have plotted, I've given some of the simulations that I have been involved in terms of the simulation length in nanoseconds and the system size. All right? And I'll talk about this one. If I want to see now, not just in size, but on the simulation length in nanoseconds, some of the longest reports that are published today, it is the one in 2001, which is around 38 microseconds. But you could also have 10 microseconds. There are some reports on 2008 on the timescales. I must mention here, it is my opinion that it's not towards more increasing the simulation length, but it is more increasing the the size. What I mean with simulation length for trajectory. All right, so this is something that I should mention. There are many techniques that are used for enhancing the sampling. I could mention the techniques that what they do, they kind of change the shape of the potential energy surface. They make it almost flat. I could mention here soft core potential interaction, geometrical constraints, weighted ensemble, hyperdynamics, metadynamics, accelerated MD, adaptive umbrella sampling, conformation fluid, solid dynamics. Other methods include the replica exchange method, multi-canonical algorithms, swarm-like dynamics, coarse-grained models using computer engineering. Also, you could engineer the computers to create faster algorithms, multi-time step integrator, numerical schemes, and so on. I'll start with some of these. For example, I'll start with the multiple time step integrators. The basic, the core of this one, it is to split the Liouville operator on the long range forces, which are fast and slow, short range forces, which are slow and degrees of freedom. So this is how to do this one. The benefit of this one, it is that the short range forces are updated less often. All right. So on this are integrated with a shorter time step. So you could split the numerical integrator in this form. So first Liouville operator is split it on the slow part and on the fast part. All right. So fast part is the long range and the slow part, it is the short range. Then we can factorize the propagator operator in this form here, where you have the short part in the middle and the fast part on the side. The idea is that the short range interactions are integrated with shorter time step. So this means that we benefit that the fast forces, FL forces, are calculated less often compared to the short. But you should know that the long range forces are more time consuming in terms of the computation point of view. So this means that you could increase the you could decrease the CPU time on this case. Generalized ensemble methods are also very much used. I can mention here multi-canonical sampling, broad histogram method, Wang-Landau algorithm, Solis weighted methods, parallel tempering, or replica exchange method. These are very much used on the simulation of biomolecular systems. In canonical ensemble, we often sample using the so-called Boltzmann weights, which is like a bell shape, Gaussian shape. But in generalized ensemble, we use the non-Boltzmann weights. Non-Boltzmann weights, it means that the tails are longer. Since the tails are longer, then you could sample rare events. That's the benefit. All right. So the sampling the rare events. Some of these, it is the solid statistics, for example, is one of the methods that produce non-Boltzmann weights. Another very often used technique is the so-called replica exchange method. On the replica exchange method, you could have the system with F degrees of freedom alone simulated. But what you could do, you could also replicate this one. So this means that around, for example, M independent simulations of the same system at different temperatures. And then frequently you could swap the configurations between these. This is the same between each temperature. This is the same as saying, instead of running a system with F degrees of freedom, you run a system with F+1 degrees of freedom, where F are the degrees of freedom include the coordinates, then the last one, it is the temperature, right? So also the temperature is considered a degree of freedom on the system. Then you use the swapping of the configuration between two nearest neighbor temperatures using this probability, all right? Now there is a bottleneck on these simulations. For example, suppose that the system has some phase separation. For example, at some temperature T, let's say 200 Kelvin, a phase transition appears on the configuration. Then what happens, the configuration, the replicas which are below that temperature, they swap only with themselves. The same for the replicas which are above that temperature. The replicas below this temperature never jump to the temperature, to the replicas above that temperature, which we call it transition temperature. Then if you plot the probability of a replica being in any temperature, you see that there is a break. So this means those replicas which are below that temperature never travel to the replicas which are above that temperature. All right? So this means that you are losing the sampling. Why? Because you expect the configurations which are, or the system which is simulated at higher temperature to sample more space, more phase space compared to the replicas which are simulated with lower temperature. So this means that you could say in different words that the replicas never travel in all temperatures. And this is a drawback. Now, in order to improve this one, instead of using the Boltzmann weights, you could use a non-Boltzmann weight, or you could flatten the landscape along the temperature. Then by using this one, then you could see now that if I use this probability of sampling for each temperature, you could obtain this probability of the replicas visiting each temperature. And you could see it is almost flat, and it is around 10 in that case, because I have taken 10 replicas, 10 temperatures. So this means that it is a flat. So this means that all the replicas has visited all temperatures. Another way how to do this one, it is by changing the temperature later. So this means that do not take uniformly, but you could take the temperature based on some distribution. This is also one possibility, right? But there is never a sample. Now, another application of this technique we've used on sampling a peptide. This peptide here, right? So we use different techniques. We used an improved standard technique, which I call it REST in that simulation. Then I used another one, which is MREST. Now on MREST, I modified the potential, but I modified all degrees of freedom. For example, using the Solis statistics. Then on MREST I've modified the potential, but only the torsion angle degrees of freedom. Right? Now you could see now, right? Then I could sample more space if I use non-Boltzmann weights. All right. Then if I compare this one with what it is available on the experimental data, you could see that if you sample with non-Boltzmann weights, you could sample more phase space. And you could see that if I plot 5 against psi, you could see that this is more similar to the NMR structure. Another thing that I have checked, it is the so-called ergodicity. So this means that if I do two kinds of simulations, if I do two different simulations, how fast the conversion it is. So you could see that in the case of the non-Boltzmann weights, the convergence is much faster. Another technique, it is the transition path sampling. Suppose that you want to sample the system going from A to B, but has to pass a large barrier. In that case, it's very difficult to pass the barrier. All right, so you have to use a very specific technique. I've used the so-called swarm particle-like molecular dynamic simulation, which is by augmenting dynamical system, by including two forces, which are random forces. One which tends to keep the system to the best local position, and another random force which pushes the system towards the product B. Right? These simulations are used on different kind of system. I've used on different kind of system. Let me just show here on the. One, it is a helical structure. One, it is a beta sheet, and two are the proteins. Right. So I did two replica exchange, one the standard one and one with using the non-Boltzmann weights. So you could see now on the left-hand side, I have seen the X-ray structure of this. Then I started the simulation from a completely unfolded structure. then I see if the simulation, if the system falls into the X-ray structure. Now, if I use the standard replica exchange, you could see that it never gets back to the folded structure. But if I use the replica exchange simulations, but using the bias simulation, non-Boltzmann weights, then you could see that the simulations take me to the folded structure. Now you could see from the first system, you could see I take the orange one comes that the system becomes folded to a helical structure. If you see the beta sheet, the yellow tells me that I am close. I'm obtaining the beta sheets, and also this in the case of the proteins, I obtaining the X-ray structure. This is something that tells me that I'm sampling more phase space, even the folded structure. I have also seen the convergence. So how fast I can go to the X-ray structure. You could see if I use replica exchange using non-Boltzmann statistics, I could go much faster. All right, in all simulation, A, B, C, D for all systems. I made also comparison with targeted molecular dynamic simulation, which is a very well known and fast method. You can see on D here, it is a coefficient which tells me how fast I could go to the target structure. You could see that on the black I've shown my method, you could see that it is as efficient as targeted MD simulations. On this picture here, I showed you, if you have seen, is animation, how you obtain the protein folding by these simulations. Now, another good method is the so-called Gaussian mixture umbrella sampling method, all right? Which is, it is like an adaptive umbrella sampling or meta dynamics technique, all right? What you do on this, instead of sampling with normal force field potential, you add a certain bias on the system, which is equal to the minus free energy. Then you could write the probability distribution as a sum or a mixture of the Gaussian distribution, where each Gaussian distribution is given by this. So you use first some test simulation, you obtain this bias potential, add to the real potential, you flatten the surface, then you sample. We've done these simulations on the Kyanine dyes, which are connected to a DNA. Then we used first we started with stack simulation. Then during the simulation, we see unstacking. If I use the bias method, I don't see any unstacking if I don't use the bias method, right? Then on the picture here, I've plotted the free energy as a function of the distance between the dye and the center of the DNA. Then you could see I obtained something which is comparable to the experiment, that the stacking free energy between the dye and DNA are significantly less when the psi3 was attached to the T than when attached to other bases. This is due to the pi-pi interaction between the kyanine and dye and the nucleobases of the protein, of the DNA in that case. Another method, it is the so-called adaptive umbrella sampling simulations. On this one, we wanted to obtain the free energy surfaces specified by some reaction coordinates that are specified. For example, one of these is the rolling angle, right, of some DNA. So what we use for this, we use the bias potential, which is given by this. This bias potential, which is the potential of the mean force, it is envelope of two distributions. One, it is given by the free energy, and another one is by maximum of the real potential. Right? Then to calculate the free energy, we use the so-called WEM method. Then we define the rolling angle between the two bases based on the based on these two. We define first the normal to each base. Then which are given in this form, then the angle between the A1 and A2 is going to give me the rolling angle on this case. Then what we do, we sample, we give these coarse grain parameters so to say, pseudo roll, twist, tilt, rise, and slide. We sample this one, then we see the correlation between them. Then on this plot here, I've also given what is the average values of each of these values, which is obtained by the experimental data. Now, the things to emphasize on this picture here, that all the averages are about the average value produced by the experimental data. But another thing that you could see is that there is a good sampling. So this means that the volume sampled around the mean value, it is large. So this is something that you could see. Now we can plot also the relative free energy as a function of the pseudo roll angle and also as a bending angle. Now you could see a good Gaussian distribution. And you could see that if as I go far from the distortion from the minimum value, then you see some deviation from the Gaussian distribution. The same also here. Here I plotted the so-called elastic energy. But elastic energy, it is the square of this term here. All right. So you expect the linearity on the elastic energy because it is the square of deviation. Now you can see for the small angle, you can see a pretty good linearity, which is as expected. Now another thing that you have to think about it is the how to handle the data to analyze from the simulation. You should know that the data that we generate are very big on size. Some of the trends it is how to recover the statistical ensemble, how to analyze big data, how to reduce the dimensionality, how to compress the data, how to visualize the data. There are many softwares that you could do this one, which VMD is one of these that it can use the GPU performance, PyMol, Chimera is another one. How to analyze the data, you could use the MMTSB, P trajectory, and many other. To reduce the dimensionality, you could use the principal component analysis, number mode analysis, or to recover the statistical ensemble, you could use the weighted histogram analysis method. These are the most techniques, and you could see that you could get, even for these millions of atoms, you could get big picture, very nice pictures using the softwares like VMD. All right, so actually we have progress on this. What I want to share with you, another method, which is how to reduce the dimensionality. Often what you obtain from the simulation are the Cartesian coordinates. Now, on this form that I've given, let's say Q, what you want to do, you want to compress this data in a smaller space, let's say m-dimensional space. All right, often this is done by using the so-called PCA analysis. I'll show you a machine learning technique. Then after that, after you compress the data, you could use the special techniques to calculate the embodied dimensions, parameters M and tau. Then you could reconstruct the dynamics of the original system. Now, one of the methods which is encoder decoder machine learning technique, it is consists on this one, defining the decoding function D, which maps the Cartesian coordinates into a smaller space. Then you could use the decoding function, which maps, which I call it E here, which maps back from the compressed space to the Cartesian coordinates. So E for encoding, D for decoding. Encoding takes me into the lower space, decoding to higher space. The whole idea here of encoding, decoding is to reduce the average, which is given by the so-called variation principle technique. So to minimize S. Now, this is the last slide. So I'm going to share a software that it is used on our lab by my students. One of these, the first software that you see on the top left corner, it is a software that is used for reducing the dimensionality of the data and doing many analyses. Then we have parallelized this one, and you can see that it is for the kind of computing power that we have. It has a good performance, so you could have a linear scaling. Then what we have here, you could see a multi-mode system that it can be used via the website. Then we have created also a graphical interface. Then you could obtain the data in a graphical manner. Now, I want to summarize some conclusion is that computer simulation are used both in academia and industry and are very important for simulation of macromolecular systems, but also organic fluids. There are several key issues implying the computer simulation. One of these is the time and size and the simulation of very rare events. Advances in parallel computing have made possible to brace larger spatial scales, but increasing the simulation timescales remains still an issue. Simulation that we have seen up to date is from microseconds, most often nanoseconds, but could go to microsecond, very often even to the microseconds. A significant challenge is to effectively employ the computers to a near future to perform simulation of millions and even billions of atoms. In long MD, simulation runs up to milliseconds time scale using fully atomistic model. Force field must be crucial, right? Exploiting hardware parallel supercomputing for MD simulation, it is still something very important against the traditional one. For example, Anton supercomputers on the D-Show research group are one of these that are kind of considered famous in our days, challenge. Probing relevant time and size scales of biophysical and chemical phenomena in macromolecular system may need new statistical models of data processing. And this is something that it is very important in our days. I want to thank some people that have contributed in my research, supporting me. Professor Koca Yusufoglu at the New York University of Tirana. He has also been a rector at International Balkan University. I'd like to thank my university for support. Some of my collaborators, Van der Waart at the University of South Florida, Professor Mike Thorpe at ASU, Professor Shem at University of Minnesota, Professor Neil at the Manchester Metropolitan University, Professor Liu to University of Coventry, my students, and some of the research centers for providing the computation time. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Hekmat, for your excellent presentation, keynote speech. The presentation very well informative, and we are open now for questions. So if you have a question, you might unmute yourself and you can ask your question, or you can write your question on the chat board. So please come forward. Any question? Voices, but no one come forward so far.
You could email me, then, or anytime you could send me a private chat here and,
Okay, so
to give a, answer to everyone, to every question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your existence with us, and we will continue. Have a break till 12 p.m. Riyadh time. And okay, there are some questions come forward here.
There is a question: which simulation method is good for COVID-19?
Yes.
Yes, I've shown you the picture. There are many there is a question about the molecular dynamics. It is trying to focus on these issues. There are two kinds of simulations that are today, right? One, it is targeting directly the interaction of the spike protein with a target in the human cell, ACE2. Now, for this one, it is molecular dynamic simulations. The complete system that it is put forward today, it includes also a cell membrane on the cell environment. So this is the largest system which is has obtained the grant to be performed, but not yet finished. Right? There is another simulation that has been done about the spike protein, the domain that binds to the ACE2, these simulations, these complexes has already been done. Now there is another kind of simulations which are through the developing small molecules which could target the COVID, the COVID 19. Now this is there are different methods that can be used. For example, on this one is being used the docking method, but I think can be used also machine learning. And one of my master students is working on that kind, where you could take a library, complete library, and you could screen it against the target protein and find out the best choice. Now the docking could be a good method because it's fast to do the first screening, all right, to obtain a smaller data set. Then you could use the more sophisticated methods, which use, for example, binding free energies, which is a little more time consuming in terms of the computation complexity, to target the most small molecule target to the protein. So these are two kind of directions that are moving today on this simulation. But as I said, it is docking, screening, and the second one, it is molecular dynamic simulations directly on the spike protein against the ACE2. The largest project, it is ongoing. Some small simulation has been done on the binding domain against the ACE2. Yes.
Great. Thank you. There's another question.
How can I download any of these simulators? Yes, you could do, Charm, it is with a license, which is free, depending if you do research for academics, but there is a little fee, $600 per year. So NAMD, it is free. What is nice with NAMD, it is because it can be installed in many platforms, starting with Windows, Linux, Mac, and so on. For the Charm, it is Linux, it is the stable one. Desmond, it is free. There is a free license for, you could also download it from the website that I have provided. CPMD, it is free of charge, you could download it. The AMBA, I think, is with license. So all I provided the website, you could get it from the website.
Great. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Oh, there's one more coming. You have another
you
question.
apply these tools to investigate the mechanism of actions to
You apply these tools.
now if I understand you could talk about two things here, all right? If I understood the mechanism of action correctly, right? Molecular dynamic simulation is a limited time scale that you can simulate the system, all right? So depending on what kind of, time scale of the mechanism of action you could talk about, then you have to kind of increase or decrease the scale of the representation of your system, right? So if you say that are interested in the mechanism of action, which is a longer time scale, milliseconds and so on, although fully atomistic simulation up to milliseconds have been performed, but there are some issues in terms of the force field, stability of numerical integrators, and so on. So now, if you are talking about the mechanism of actions in the time scales of the milliseconds and seconds, you could also use the coarse grain simulations. However, the technique is the molecular dynamic simulation technique or the Monte Carlo works. Now, if you are talking about the quantum mechanical simulations, now this one are limited in our days in terms of the time scales, all right, and the size of the system, right? But with normal classical simulations, you may go to up to, as I said, billions, millions of size of particles on the system, and up to microseconds is standard, but up to milliseconds, depending on the computer resources that you may have, you may also go.
Two other comments.
there is another question, if I can share the links to download this soft simulation. I think I've provided the links on the presentation, and I've submitted a presentation to the conference organizers, so maybe they can share my presentation and the people can look at the website. I provided the website link to the software.
Well, I will send the presentation to all of the audience, and we might be able to share even the video as well, after all.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We appreciate.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the very nice questions. Yes.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We will have a break till 12 p.m. Riyadh time. Then we'll come for other sessions, inshallah, after all. I would like to thank you all, and we'll see you in maybe 1 hour or something. Yeah. This is 1 hour. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. From which university? Great. Great. Okay, good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Thank you. هنا كده مكاني لحد ما اجي. بص هيجي هنا كده في ناس بتدخل جديد زي ده كده. ماشي. هدوس ادمت ماشي. هدوس ادمت بس لحد الساعة 12 نص ساعة بس. بس. Oh no, no, that's my mistake. Sorry. Sorry. Not great. Alhamdulillah, everything that Ahmed is, Ahmed did a good presentation as well. Just a second. Just Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And I can see Professor Lu with us right now. She is one of the keynote speakers at the conference as well. Her presentation will be tomorrow. So I welcome you, Professor Lu. You can, yeah, just a second. For the participants, you can stop sharing. No participant on mute. So it's time for another presentation from Professor Salah Ramadan. Professor Salah, are you with us? You can unmute yourself. Yes, I can see you now, but I cannot hear you.
Hello?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So I welcome Professor Salah Ramadan. He is from Tibba University, Saudi Arabia, as well as he was the department chair at the Systems and Computer Engineering at Al-Azhar University. His topic today will be localization approaches in vehicular ad hoc network. I believe so, right? So,
Yes.
So the mic it's yours. So the mic is yours. So please go ahead. If you want to show your
Okay.
slides as well. So it's,
My presentation is short for you.
no, not yet. I can see your video only. Okay. Yeah, now I can see it. I can see your presentation. Right.
It's working now?
Yeah, it is working. I can see it.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this invitation. I am Salah Abdel Majid, and I am looking forward to talking with you today about localization approaches in vehicular ad hoc networks. I'd like to quickly introduce myself. I am full professor in computer engineering department, College of Computer Science and Engineering, Taiba University in Saudi Arabia. My research interests include mobile computing, cellular networks, sensor network, cognitive radio networks, vehicular ad hoc networks, big data and data analysis, and internet services and applications. My talk today is divided into 6 points. In 5 points. First, I'm going to introduce the vehicular ad hoc network. Then I will present the real-time application of VANET. Afterwards, an overview of the localization problem in VANET is discussed. Then we will move to distributed ad hoc localization approach. Finally, I will conclude this presentation. In the introduction point, advances in embedded systems and wireless technologies play an important role in the intelligent transportation system. Actually, the intelligent transportation system refers to a collection of entities such as people, vehicles, wireless communication technologies, and management information systems. Both vehicles and the communication technologies such as GPS, WiMAX, or 3G or 5G, 4G are organized as a vehicular ad hoc network. The main goal of VANET is to enable efficient data distribution for drivers and passengers' safety to protect them from accidents. Several smart applications have been invented to achieve more objectives such as collision detection, driver assistance, accident detection, and internet access. This application requires an efficient localization approach to achieve the application requirements by finding accurate localization for vehicular node. Essentially, global positioning system receiver have been widely used for node positioning. But about vehicle positioning, GPS can't be an efficient solution for obtaining vehicle position information. GPS accuracy range starts from about 20 meters up to 30 meters, and then are not suitable for high-density urban areas due to a line of sight signal obstruction, poor received satellite conditions, and significant multipath interference. Because of these drawbacks in GPS service, additional localization approaches are required to cooperate with the GPS. Cooperate with GPS service to improve the localization accuracy. This is our target. Now, we will move to the real-time applications of VANET. The most important applications of vehicular ad hoc networks are cooperative adaptive cruise control system, cooperative intersection safety system, platooning system, pedestrian discovery warning system, and automatic parking system. Briefly, we will discuss each type. So we'll start with cooperative adaptive cruise control system. This system automatically controls the speed of a vehicular node with vehicular node which contains a radar sensor for measuring the distance to other vehicles or the speed when no vehicle is behind, as shown in the first figure in this slide. Also, cooperative cruise control system contains hardware equipment that exchanges the message through wireless communication, as shown in the second figure. Such system usually requires a bit high localization accuracy. The second application, cooperative intersection safety system. In this system, vehicles exchange messages when arriving at a road intersection. Actually, some intersections are without traffic lights. So for these blind crossings, the vehicle cooperate with each other for safe crossings, as shown in the figures in the slide. Localization accuracy is significant because allows the recognition of lanes and the size of the street. This system usually requires somewhat high localization accuracy as the first application. In fact, intersections are a serious main point for any accident in city areas. Therefore, several applications have been proposed for intersection safety in VANET, such as InterSafe project. This project provides support to drivers in critical driving situations, especially intersections. In this project, also, a laser scanner and the video camera are used in vehicle to infrastructure communications for object detection or detection of road marks. The third one is platooning system. The platooning system is efficient for vehicular nodes traveling at the same speed but with minimum distance between them, as shown in the first figure in the slide. Each vehicle follows a leader vehicle in the form of a row. Vehicle track the lead vehicle position with good precision, accomplished with an accurate localization system. Such system usually requires rather high localization accuracy. In this system, actually the vehicles follow the lead vehicle with minimal inter-vehicle spacing as shown in the figure. Communications in a platoon vehicle are possible via Wi-Fi radio, so the vehicles can send the messages for safety and to cooperate movements as shown in the second figure. The position of vehicles is very significant in the success and the performance of these applications. So the topic of localization in vehicular ad hoc networks is very interesting. The next application is pedestrian discovery warning system. Pedestrian safety is an important problem of global dimensions. A World Health Organization report describes the traffic accidents as one of the major cases of death and injuries around the world, accounting for an estimated 1.2 million death cases and 50 million injuries. Unfortunately, in low-income countries, a large majority of deaths consists of pedestrians and other small vehicles. Pedestrian safety can be improved at several stages. Long-term measures include design enhancement in infrastructure as well as vehicles to reduce the death rate. These enhancements can be complemented by systems that detect the pedestrians and prevent accidents by warning the driver or triggering autonomous braking. In the case where an accident cannot be prevented, collision mitigation devices can that are incorporated into vehicle design enhancement can be deployed to reduce the impact of the collision of the pedestrian. Such a system usually requires high localization accuracy compared with other applications. The last application is automatic parking system. An automatic parking system is a mechanical system designed to minimize the area and or volume required for parking cars, like a multi-story parking garage, as in the picture. An automatic parking system provides parking for cars on multiple levels stacked vertically to maximize the number of parking spaces while minimizing land usage. The automatic parking systems utilizes a mechanical system to transport cars to and from parking spaces rather than the driver, to eliminate much of the space wasted in a multi-story parking garage. While a multi-story parking garage is similar to multiple parking lots stacked vertically, an automatic parking system is more similar to an automatic storage and retrieval system for cars. All automatic parking systems take advantage of a common concept to decrease the area of parking spaces by removing the driver and the passengers from the car before it's parked, as shown in the second picture. We show the driver remove his hands and the car by itself go to park. As mentioned in illustrating the most important applications of vehicular ad hoc networks, these applications need high localization accuracy that must be available at any time and anywhere. So next, I will present the requirements that are needed to solve the localization problem in vehicular ad hoc networks and the existing approaches that solve these problems. Overview of the localization problem in VANET. Computing an accurate estimation for vehicular nodes position is a significant challenge due to rapid change in the network topology, in addition to environmental changes. Several localization approaches have been proposed for computing the position of vehicular nodes. The figure in this slide shows a taxonomy for localization approaches that can be used by vehicles to estimate their positions, namely GPS-based localization, map-based localization, data reconnaissance, image video processing based localization, distributed ad hoc localization, and infrastructure-based localization. Infrastructure-based localization will be excluded from this presentation to save the presentation time. Next, the advantages and the disadvantages of these approaches are discussed. I will briefly explain each approach and discuss how they can be used to localize vehicular nodes in intelligent transportation systems. The first approach is GPS-based localization. It has two versions. The version one is traditional GPS solution. The second is differential. I will start with traditional GPS solution. GPS stand for Global Positioning System, is composed of 24 satellites that operate in orbit around the Earth. The orbits have been defined in such a way that each point of the Earth can be covered at least 4 satellites in the sky. The drawback of this type: no available GPS signal in critical areas such as tunnels. The second version is differential GPS. Differential GPS takes advantage of these correlated errors by installing GPS receiver in an already known fixed location. This GPS receiver can compute its position using information from the satellites and compare the computed position with its already known physical location. So the drawback is fixed ground-based reference station must be used. This is high cost. The second approach is map-based localization. Current advances in geographic information system provide with collecting, storing, and accessing very accurate geographic data using less powerful devices. This technology has been successfully applied to store city map information in recently developed map localization system for vehicle navigation. The map knowledge is not localization technique by itself. It can be used to improve the performance of many positioning systems, such as GPS-based localization approach that discussed in the first as a first approach. In the map-based localization approach, several positions obtained over regular periods of time can be used to create estimated trajectory. The estimated trajectory is then compared to new digital map data to find the most suitable path geometry on the map that matches the trajectory. Using this technique, position information can be accurately described on the map. Third one, data reconnaissance based localization. This type computed by last known location in addition to movement information, direction, speed, acceleration, distance, time. The last known position can be obtained, for example, by using GPS receivers or by locating known reference road crossing, parking lots, home, and so on on a digital map. In practical VANET, dead reconking can be used only for short periods of GPS unavailability or be combined with map-based localization. The reason to avoid the use of this technique over long periods of time is that it can accumulate errors easily. The next approach is image video processing based localization. This type of localization exploits cameras that are already available in security system or implemented in parking lots and tunnels. Both image and video information are the main source to compute the vehicle positions. Many vision algorithms have been introduced to detect the size of lanes in video image. It estimates accurately the vehicle's geometrical parameters in a local reference system, including lane widths, road lateral curvature, distance of vehicles from the left side of the lane, and the vehicle's direction angle. These local data are transformed to be expressed in a precise digital map of the environment. The next one is cellular localization. Cellular localization is based on mobile cellular infrastructure in most urban environments. In this type, each base station is responsible for providing communication to mobile phones located in its area. As mobile phones move around a city, they keep changing their base station when the signal strength from a new base station becomes greater than one in use. Several localization approaches estimate the position of the mobile phone using radio ranging methods such as received signal strength indicator, which uses the strength of the received signal to drive the distance to the base station. Fingerprinting.
Just the time.
Okay. We can extend the 5 minutes or
it's fine. Okay.
Okay. Fingerprints is another cellular localization approach based on pre-training phase in which signal characteristics from base stations and recording and are recorded at each location. Now, I will finalize this presentation with distributed ad hoc localization approaches. Distributed ad hoc localization in this type, no special equipment is required in vehicular nodes. A vehicular can estimate its position based on communication with vehicular neighbors. Shortly, I would present three approaches: basic receive signal strength based localization approach, grid based localization approach, and self-correcting localization approach. The first one, the basic receive signal strength based localization approach, use it depends on at least 3 GPS equipped nodes. Say it's has positions x1, y1, x2, y2, x3, y3. Use trilateration to compute the essential position xe, ye. These equations can determine the position of the estimated the position of the targeted car. The drawback of this version: 3 GPS equipped nodes are not available at all the time. This figure shows the ideal state. If no errors at all, this approach can estimate the car by geometrical solution by high accuracy as shown in this figure. But in real estate, there is many problems. The problem one, when GPS equipped vehicles are far from the targeted vehicle, this will make large error, and errors in received signal strength for far GPS equipped vehicles cause more negative effect than near one. Problem 2, environmental changes also may make additional error in received signal, leads to more localization error as shown in this figure. This is another state. Three nodes and the car and targeted car is far away of these 3 cars, so we will detect easily if no error. But when a very small error occurs, we will make there is a large error in the computations. The second approach is the grid-based localization approach. The grid, it depends on the grid. The drawback if this version suffer from effect of environmental parameters such as noise, bus loss, and shadowing. The last one, self-correcting localization approach, solves the problem of lack of one hub beacons, exploits 2 hub beacon nodes and previous estimation location. It eliminates the effect of environmental parameters by correcting the estimated locations. It uses alignment method that is suggested to use a pre-loaded map to estimate the proper lane. The idea is focus on calculating delta S. This is the difference between errors, and cumulate this distances and minimizes them. This approach consists of 3 phases: communication, estimation, and correction, and alignment. As shown in this figure, this is the steps to estimate the errors. The performance comparisons. When studying the impact of noise level on localization accuracy at low and moderate and high traffic density, we can easily notice that the self-correcting approach outperforms other solutions. Conclusion: in this presentation, localization approaches were studied from the viewpoint of vehicular ad hoc networks. We showed how GPS receivers, the most common source of localization information in VANET, can become inaccurate or unavailable in several situations. We then discussed most important VANET application, the existing localization approaches that are available to be used by vehicles to estimate their positions were investigated. The pros and cons of these approaches were mentioned. Discussed distributed ad hoc localization approaches were discussed. The further research in this area is promising to achieve more improvements in localization accuracy in both distributed ad hoc localization and infrastructure-based localization. Thank you for your attention, and I'd like to receive any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salah, for your presentation. Well done. And now we are open for maybe 1 or 2 questions because of the time. So if somebody have.
I'm sorry for taking
no problem.
Extra minutes.
No problem at all. So if you have any question, you can unmute yourself and ask the question, or just write the question on the chat board if you would like to do so. While you're thinking of the questions, let me ask the next speaker. Dr. Marwa, are you there? You can unmute yourself. He was there a few minutes ago. Okay. So I think we don't have questions so far. Let me ask again if Dr. Marwa there. Engineer, Anwar, any of you attending? I think she went out because I saw her name a few minutes ago, but she is now out. So let me ask Dr. Muhammad Zilani, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you replace the start instead of her?
No problem. I can take care.
Sure, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Dr. Muhammad Zilani, he is the
So I can get started with my sharing my screen. Okay.
He is from Texas A&M University at Qatar. His topic will be computational model of auditory system implication for neural response-based speaker identification system. This is an important topic, and thank you so much, Dr. Zilani, for being with us today. You may, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rabi, and thanks all of you for listening. I hope that my sound is okay, right? Can somebody just quickly confirm?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay, fantastic. Sounds fair. Okay, so basically I'll be talking about a computational model of the auditory system and what are the implications of this model in terms of real applications like speech or speaker identification, speaker verification, or even designing prosthetic devices like signal processing strategies for hearing aids, cochlear implants. So what are the implications of this computational model? We can get it there. So today, basically, I'll be focusing on a little bit about this model of the auditory system that we have been working for a long time. And then just one quick application that speaker identification, instead of using speech signal, we'll be using neural signals. Of course, we'll be using speech signal as an input to the system. At the end of the day, we'll get the neural response. And from that neural response, we'll try to see how it does compared to acoustic signal-based systems. So that's what I'll be focusing on today. Okay. Healthy auditory system shows impressive ability in extracting speech in noise. When speech is submerged in noise, or there are a lot of background noise like cocktail party problem or train station. If you go anywhere in real situation, your speech signal is basically is buried under this kind of lot of background noise. But our healthy auditory system has impressive ability in extracting those kind of speech signals from noise. So one of the idea is we still don't know how our brain is processing those signals, how our brain extracts speech signals from noise. If we can know the techniques, if we know the mechanism, how our brain is really extracting those information, then we can utilize this information to design artificial systems for the coding, transmission, or recognition in speech, or as I said, like we can design signal processing strategies for hearing aids, cochlear implants. So we can use that in a lot of places. So the underlying thing is the neural responses are very robust to noise. So instead of using just an acoustic signal by itself, if we use neural signals, maybe our system will be much more robust to noise. Okay, and I can tell you, at the beginning, if 10 people are talking, you're sitting there listening to your friend, you can still listen to your friend very well. So how do you discard all of those, But if you look at the acoustic signal that comes to your ear, is kind of a little bit of garbage at the end of the day, because it's like all combination of a lot of neurals, a lot of speech signals from a lot of different persons. But you can, listen very nicely to your friend. So the question is, what are these, magic things that our auditory system is doing? Okay, so in order to know how the auditory system is really doing those kind of tasks, there are 3 different approaches you can take. You can learn about the mechanisms of the auditory system using 3 different techniques. One is electrophysiological recordings, psychophysical studies, and computational modeling. So electrophysiological recording is basically you just go directly into the brain and you record from the brain cells. So you input speech signal will be, provided to your ear, and then you will be recording those signals from the neuron using electrodes, right? So you can look for the what aspect is really recording by those neurons. Psychophysical studies is basically using listener as a human, just to know what kind of aspects is really sort of processed or picked up by our brain. So that's psychophysical studies we can do by using human or animals. And the third approach is basically the computational modeling. So once you know the different parts of the brain, what they're really doing, you can go for a phenomenological modeling. So basically, you can just replicate those ideas. And that's what I'll be talking today. And we'll show a quick application on this. So of course, if we want to talk about the auditory system, we have to briefly touch about this, how our auditory system is really working. So if sound is coming, enters our ear through this, outer ear, and then it causes this eardrum to vibrate. And then this vibration is transmitted through these three, middle ear bones to the inner ear. And this is basically the snail-shaped cochlea. I think we all are familiar with that. And then within the cochlea, if we stretch it out, there will be a basilar membrane there. Okay, so the movement of these middle ear bones are basically causing the vibration in the inner ear. So the fluid motion in the inner ear is basically causing the basilar membrane to vibrate. So if we just stretch out, for example, the basilar membrane will be something like this. So one of the interesting thing about this basilar membrane is that it is tuned by frequency, meaning different frequency of speech signals will cause at different places to vibrate. So basically what our ear is doing is, it's a frequency to place map. So if you have different frequencies, 1,000, 3,000, and 10,000, so if your speech signal consists of these three frequencies, you will have vibration here, you will have vibration here, and you will have vibration here. So meaning it's a Fourier transform like transformation, basically. So at the end of the day, if you want to model, for example, these basilar membrane responses, you will be designing by filters. We are engineers, we already know, we can design filters to replicate the responses of these basilar membrane. So once we know, but this, just know that, these are all nonlinear. Unfortunately, until 1985 or 86, people thought, probably our auditory system is linear. But unfortunately, our auditory system is very nonlinear. So one of the challenges is, of course, how do you really model that then? Okay, so once we get the basilar membrane responses, so that vibration of the basilar membrane is transmitted or transduced by the inner hair, by the hair cells. These are called transducer cells, and then with that innervation is connected to the auditory nerve. So basically, that vibration is converted to action potentials by these transducer hair cells. So at the end of the day, if we think about the output of the peripheral auditory system, it's just some spikes. Your input signal is the speech signal, but your auditory nerve responses are just action potentials. Okay. So since I'll be talking about the modeling part, so this is what, if this is our ear, so this is the model of the auditory system. Each block represents a functional components from the auditory system in the peripheral level, basically. Okay, so I'll be talking about basically the peripheral level. Once we get the auditory nerve responses, it goes to the brainstem, then midbrain and thalamus and cortex. But we will be mostly focusing on here only the peripheral part. Okay, so each block is representing a functional components from the auditory system, from outer ear to the auditory nerve. So that the initial model we developed, and the further we developed this model, and we published in 2006 and 7. So we substantially improve the performance of the model by including more realistic responses. For example, so this is our basilar membrane filter, but the basilar membrane filter is not just a simple linear filter. So at the end of the day, you have to, the gain and bandwidth of this filter must be, change as a function of sound levels. And that's how the nonlinearity comes in. And this is what we do by feed-forward control path. So this feed-forward control is basically controlling the gain and bandwidth of this filter. And the other thing is the filter by itself is a chirping filter, meaning that with time, the frequency will also be changing. And that's what we exactly see in the auditory nerve responses. It shows the frequency glide as a function of time. So we have incorporated all of those realistic properties. And then at the end of the day, when we look at the neural responses here, we see that it shows both temporal response properties as well as average discharge rates. So once we develop this model, and then this model responses has been validated across a wide range of published physiological recordings from the auditory system from different animals. So this model incorporates most of the nonlinearities we see at the level of the auditory nerve. That's what has been reported in the literature, like compressive nonlinearity, nonlinear phase responses, adaptation. Adaptation is basically coming from the synapse model. And then, C1, C2 transition, all of those are incorporated in this model. So each blocks is basically, again, is corresponding to a functional block in the auditory system. For example, like this part is equivalent to outer hair cell, and this part is equivalent to inner hair cell. So meaning that, so inner hair cell, then synapse, then auditory nerve. So at the end of the day, the input to the system is speech signal, and the output is basically the spike trains. So we further developed this model, especially the synapse part. In the synapse, so the adaptation in our auditory system is basically attributed to the synaptic connection between inner hair cell and auditory nerve. And then that synapse model, previously we used 3:2 diffusion model using two time constants, one is long and one is short. But at the end of the day, we see that when we want to replicate the real neural responses, we have to incorporate one of the interesting things called power law adaptation. So that's what we did in 2009 and 2014. So now the model stands in a way that most of the realistic responses we can get from the auditory nerve. So if we want to use this model for a lot of different applications, at the end of the day, we need to look for the neural responses. We call it neurogram. So neurogram is something similar to spectrogram, frequency as a function of time. So here again, neurogram we'll be looking for the responses of different auditory nerves with different frequencies as a function of time. That's the neurogram. So neurogram is similar to spectrogram, except that in the spectrogram, you are using speech signal directly. And then neurogram, we are using the neural responses instead of speech signal. And we all have to appreciate that, at the end of the day, as a human being, when we decide on anything, we don't have access to this speech signal. It has already been transferred into a neural signal. And based on that neural signal, we decide. So how do we construct this neurogram? It's basically, we can take the simultaneous output from, a lot of number of auditory nerve fibers with characteristics frequencies, basically frequencies ranging from, whatever the range of interest to us. For example, for speech signal, most of the cases we go for, maybe 100 hertz to 8 kilohertz, or for any other application, if you know that your signal of interest, frequency range of interest is another part, so then you can choose only that part. And then of course, those frequencies are logarithmically spaced as we know already that, from in the basilar membrane frequencies are all logarithmically spaced as well. So we'll take the output of each auditory nerve fiber for 50 different auditory nerve fibers because it has different spontaneous rates. So we'll take the average, and then we can, this model is, the interesting thing is we can simulate the response of the, responses of the impaired auditory nerve fibers as well. So meaning hearing loss can also be replicated. The response of the hearing loss can be replicated through this model. So we can do that as well. This is just a quick example to show, how the neurogram looks like in terms of the what. So for example, if your input is doll, so that's just a normal, neurogram, versus if that fiber is impaired, so meaning that it has hearing loss of, for example, certain dB, then, the neurogram looks like this. Or if you go across its higher level, and that shows, when your speech level is 65 dB versus 100 dB SPL, so you can see that its responses are completely different, meaning what? So the non-linearities are all really represented in the model responses already. Okay, so if you have hearing impairment, and then if you increase the sound level, you expect that you get a little more responses here, and that's what we can see exactly here. So this gives us a little bit of confidence that yes, So the model is in a really good shape to use for a lot of different applications. So today I'll be just briefly touching one of our very recent results that we did with the speaker identification system using this auditory nerve model. So what is speaker identification at the end of the day is to determine the identity of an unknown speaker. So how do you determine a speaker? You can use speech signal or face or a combination of both. But here we'll be using only the speech signal. So we'll take the speech signal, put through the model, get the neural responses, and then we'll try to identify if we can get the speaker right or not. Okay. So for this system, what is the implication of this speaker identification system is that performance of the existing speaker identification systems based on acoustic signal, only the acoustic signal. And we know that their performance degrades under noisy conditions, especially if the original signal is distorted in any way, so your performance will drop substantially. One of the fundamental methods people use over and over is MFCC, which is Mel frequency capsular coefficient. And this has been used quite extensively, in the field. So we will try to see if we can do a little better than that system under any realistic noise conditions. Okay, so we know that human behavioral responses are, of course, way better than any system available today. So we will try to see if our newly designed system based on this neural response is better or not. So why this system should really be better? One of the implications is neural responses are very robust to noise, especially the temporal information, phase locking property. That's what I'll be touching briefly here. So I'll just show a quick response, and these are already reported in the literature. So if you have a speech signal like this in the time domain, so this is, as you see, this is a periodic signal, so this is like vowel-like sounds. If you take the Fourier transform of that, you can see that the first formant is here, second formant is here, right? So we can clearly see those. So if we put this signal through the ear, and then if we record from the auditory nerve, the response will be like this. So you get a spike or not, because as you know that mainly the neural response is either you get a response or not, right? So the timing is basically giving you the information, right? So that's called the phase locking. So if you get a spike here, you'll get here, you get another spike here, you get another. So even if you run the second time, you will get a spike here or not. But at the end of the day, if you run it for lots of repetitions, so you get the histogram like this. If you take the Fourier transform, you see that most of the responses are at F1 and its harmonics. So meaning that our auditory system is encoding the formant information. So let's see, if we add a little bit of noise, what happens? So for example, if I have a vowel, and then if I decode from a neuron, so that's the histogram. And when I take the Fourier transform, I see that yes, F1 is right here. Now I will start adding more noise to the speech signal. Okay, so like 19 dB, for example. So then this is the histogram, and you can see that it's still, I can see the F1 is right there. Then I add a little more noise. Still, I see the F1 is there. I add more noise than signal. Still, I see the F1 is there. So meaning neural responses are very robust to noise. So no matter how much noise, for example, if your signal to noise ratio is -1, meaning your noise is more powerful than speech, yet you can clearly, encode the F1 information, formant information. So that gives the power that neural response-based system might be doing way better than any speech signal-based method or acoustic signal-based method. Okay, so I'll just show quick response because I think I'm running out of time. So basically, our objective will be we'll see a robust, we'll develop a neural response-based system and then see its response with MFCC. So how does the system basically works? Is basically that if you apply a speech signal, and then this is your front end, so I need to get a neurogram. So that's my feature for the system. Okay. So for example, if my speech signal is like this, so that's my feature. That's the neurogram. Once I get the neurogram, I will put through a training system. Okay, so and in our case, for example, here we'll be using high vector training. Once you get the speaker model, any unknown signal you give, I will tell you what is this speaker, who is that speaker. So of course, in the training, I will have to train all of the speakers. Okay, so the methodology is very simple. From the background that I will be doing, one UBM. So this is the method of the high vector training, basically. Instead of GMM or SBM is a support vector machine, or Gaussian mixture model, right? You can use any of the models, or even neural network based model. But then we found that, you know, here iVector is doing a little better than any the other methods. Okay. So I'll just quickly show the response. You know, if we compare our response with MFCC versus our proposed neural response method, these are pretty much in the clean condition, they are pretty close. If we had a little bit of, you know, reverberation noise, right, with different 360, yeah, we see that the proposed method is showing slightly better responses than the, you know, MFCC based method, which is basically acoustic signal based method. But if we had real reverberation noise in the meeting places, office, we see that consistently the neural response based method is better than MFCC based method, meaning acoustic signal based method. So this is a very, we have been testing it thoroughly, but I didn't put it here, you know, for the sake of time. But so at the end of the day, our conclusion is basically, you know, neural response based method showed comparable responses to acoustic signal based method in quiet condition. But when you add real noises, when your speech signal is really degraded by real environmental noises, the neural response based system showed better responses, as we see from the human being as well. Human behavioral responses are also better. So that basically shows that the improvement is coming from neural based response. So the improvement could be attributed to these nonlinear properties of the auditory system. But of course, we have to test this with, you know, a lot of other available data. We have been testing it only for NIST databases. There are other databases that we need to test, and then we can finally, you know, confirm that yes, the neural response based method will be way better. And other future work could be, you know, there are so many nonlinearities in the auditory system. So which one is to be attributed to what? For the time being, we're just saying, you know, it's a, you know, the comprehensive, you know, contribution from the auditory system, nonlinearities is basically playing a role here. But which part is playing what role? We have to, of course, work on that in future. With that being said, I think that's my end of my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Zelani, for your presentation. Thank you for this informative presentation. We can accept one or two questions, very quick questions, if there's questions from the audience. So please, if you have a question, you might unmute yourself or just write the questions on the board, on the discussion board, in the chat board here. Okay.
Okay, if anybody has any question about, you know, this computational auditory model or any of our studies, yes, you feel free to, you know, of course, bug me. No problem, we'll be always ready to answer anytime.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your presentation being with us today.
Thank you so much for you.
Your email and will be provided to the audience as well on the presentation, if you don't mind. So,
Okay, sure, fantastic.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, take care.
I think Dr. Marwa is back with us, so you might unmute yourself.
Yes, okay, Doctor. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Rabia.
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Marwa from the physics department, Women for Arts, Science and Education, Ain Shams University in Cairo. She will be presenting a paper entitled Human Identification Using Electro Diagram Signal as Biometric Trait. So the mic is yours. Please go on.
Link is for you, Dr. Rabia. I'm Dr. Marwa Ali. Today I will talk about human identification use electrocardiogram signal as a biometric trait. Authors Anwar al-Bayoumi and Shamsi Faqat Yaqoumi and Shamsi University, Egypt. Prof. Dr. Salah Muhammad Ramadan, Chief University, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Nadra Nada, Faculty of Women, and Dr. Marwa Ali. Outline of my presentation, I will focus at first about the definition of biometric, and then concerning using electrocardiogram as a biometric trait, and I will present our proposed human identification system based on ECG signal, then the summary. Biometrics, general definition about biometrics is a method of recognizing humans based on physiological or behavioral characteristics. The physiological characteristics are related to the shape of the human body, and based on the direct obtained data from measurements a part of the human body, such as DNA and fingerprint and face, iris, retina, and other traits. While the behavioral characteristics are related to the behavior of the person, which is based on an action taken by him, such as voice, gait, signature, and other traits. Not all biometrics may be taken as for identification. The biometric traits should be characterized by universality and easy to collect. The collectability of the trait is easy, and it must be uniqueness and permanence over time. The general component of the biometric system, or at first I will talk about the two modes for biometric system: the verification and the identification mode. The verification and the identification mode should be followed by the enrollment process. The enrollment process used for extract features and build the ECG database. And then in the verification mode, the individual, we talk to the PIN code and extract the features from in the identification mode, then extract the corresponding template from the ECG database. Then the matching between the extracted features and the template extracted from the ECG database, then get the decision. While in the identification mode, we extract the features from the individual or the claimed person, then take all templates stored in the database and make the matching to get the decision, the final decision of the person. That there are two common biometric systems: the false accept rate and the false reject rate. The false accept rate for accept unknowns, and the false reject rate for reject unknown persons. And the two lines, the two curves meet in the equal error rate point. The applications of the biometric system, there are many applications. There are commercial applications, government applications, for instance, applications, and used in security. All biometrics and the electrocardiogram is a new biometric trait which is used in the last few years. We will talk about nowadays and today about the electrocardiogram, which is a method of measuring the characteristics and the electrical potential of the heart over time. ECG used before in diagnosis and nowadays used as a biometric trait. The general feature or the wave, the ECG waveform, as it shown in the following figure, it contains three waves: the B wave and the complex Q, or S wave and the T wave, and sometimes we found T wave. The interval, the feature for the ECG waves, we find the interval which begins from starts from the beginning of the wave and ends in the beginning of the next wave, like PR interval, and also a TP RR interval between the first and between two signals. From the first, the R peak of the signal and the other peak of the next signal. The segment was between the end of two waves. the end of the period light is ST signal, the end of the complex QRS, and the beginning of the T wave. So we can find or extract many features from the ECG signal. The main steps in the ECG signal, we extracting the ECG signal from persons, ECG pre-processing and feature extraction, feature selection, classification, and to get the decision. Classification of an ECG based biometric system, there are two approaches, featual approaches and non-featual approaches. Featual approaches use time interval and amplitude-based approaches or features, while the non-featual approaches based on model-based approaches or transformer domain. In our study, we use non-featual approaches. Our proposed human identification-based ECG signal, we get the ECG from a database. Pre-processing process was applied. We use a Butterworth filter, Pan-Tompkins algorithm to detect the RR peaks, then normalization, feature extraction, classification to get the final decision. The pre-processing, that's the original signal, and this the filtered signals after denoising. Then and Tompkins algorithm applied to detect the R peaks, and from the first from one signal to another. From peak to another, because the ECG signals are repeated. So we detect by this algorithm the R peak and the next peak, and so on. Feature extraction method, we use the discrete wavelet decomposition applied as a feature extraction method to select RR cycles by Debachi 8. We detect the RR interval, then make the first level for decomposition. We got 107 details from the first level, and approximation, A1 approximation, then decomposition again, that's in the second level. We get approximation and details. The second details in the details in the second level, 61, and in the third, 38, 26, 20, and 20, and the last in the fifth level. We found that all the total number of coefficients was 272 coefficients, and the last coefficient close to 0, so it has no effect. So we neglect the D1 and D2 coefficients and take the first 100, the last 104 coefficients in our consideration. Classification methods, we used radial basis neural network, backpropagation, and support vector machine, and uses two databases, ECG ID database and MIT BIH arrhythmia databases. Our experiments and the results, the performance of our proposed system determined by accuracy and recall, precision, and F-score. TP for true positive people, and FN referred to false negative persons in the obtained from our system. The system performance for the first data set by comparing the three classifiers, radial basis function, backpropagation, and support vector machine. The good performance obtained by radial basis function and recall reaches to 100, and accuracy 97.5 for radial basis. Then backpropagation, and in the last performance for using support vector machine. The system performance using the second database, The same result, approximately the same result obtained, that the good system performance obtained by radial basis and recall reaches to 100 by using radial basis and back propagation neural network, while the lowest performance obtained by support vector machine. The system accuracy by radial basis 97.5 and by back propagation 95, while using support vector machine 72.5. We face a problem that our system rejects some known peoples and accepts some unknown subjects. So we tried to combine the two classifiers together to solve this problem. And we get our result that this problem is solved by the two classifier, by creating the two classifier together. That's the result, the obtained result. Data set, the two use the data sets, and the first classifier radial basis, back propagation support vector machine, and accuracy, system accuracy, as mentioned before, 97.5 for radial basis, and for the second data set, 97.5. By combining the two classifiers, we reach it to 100 for the second data set and reach it to 97.5 and get precision 100 for the two data sets and reach it to 100 for the second data set by using the combined classifiers. Summary, using the Apache 8 for feature extraction give good performance by our system. Back propagation also gives 96.87% for the first data set, while the second 97.15. Using the two classifiers together gives good results, improve the system, our system performance, which reaches to 100% by using the two classifiers together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marwa, for your presentation. Good work.
Yes.
And
Sorry, Doctor.
we can take questions as well. So if you have any question, again, please unmute yourself or just write your question on the chat board. You can accept some of the questions. Okay. So far, we don't have any questions right now. So I would like to invite Dr. Kozom to introduce the next presenter. The mic is at yours, Dr. Kozom.
Good afternoon, all of you. Now, I would like to invite Professor Nanda from Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Saptagiri College of Engineering, Bangalore. She is going to present her work on IoT-based air quality and sound intensity monitoring system using Raspberry Pi. Dr. Nanda, please, over to you. Dr. Nanda?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm sharing.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Chaturya. Today, I'm going to give presentation on IoT-based air quality and sound intensity monitoring system using Raspberry Pi. Me and my friends, Madhura and Lakshmi Tripathi, have worked under the guidance of Professor Nanda ma'am. Professor Nanda ma'am is assistant professor. Nanda ma'am is working as an assistant professor at Saptagiri College of Engineering, who has a master's degree in computer science from BTL Institute of Technology, Karnataka. Under her guidance, we have worked on this project, that is IoT-based air quality and sound intensity monitoring system using Raspberry Pi. Now coming to the introduction of this project. Abstract. Usage of IoT-based method for gathering air quality and sound intensity parameters. Accurate analysis of the air pollutants. As we know, nowadays the air pollution, the pollution levels in the environment are increasing day by day. So it is it is very mandatory to control it. So here we have come up with the project where we have been working on the controlling pollutants in the air and in the air and the environment. In this project or system, we have proposed a system where we have been working on sensors and we have combined it with Raspberry Pi. There is a Wi-Fi module present in the Raspberry Pi which helps in acquiring data and gives periodic alerts to the user in case of undesired fluctuations in surroundings, that is pollutants, if any pollutants are present in the air. Coming to the introduction part, as we know, the pollutant levels are growing, and this project or system which we are presenting here can be made use in the industrial areas where the pollutant levels will be more. And we have made use of different sensors such as air sensor for air quality monitoring, noise sensor, noise sound sensor, and also temperature and humidity sensor. We have combined all these sensors and connected to the Raspberry Pi system. And further, we have connected the ThinkSpeak and IFTTT platform for further email notifications and Twitter notifications. And IoT technology has various advantages due to its feasibility, accuracy, and fast analysis. As we know, Raspberry Pi module itself is a mini computer. So it is we have used this module so that it'll be very useful and we can easily access the data and further proceed with the project. The aim of the project is to design and develop a compact and affordable system for detection and monitoring of air and noise pollution in the environment. Here in this system, we have made use of hardware such as Raspberry Pi, which is a mini computer which can be used to collect data from different sensors. MQ135 gas sensor, which is useful to get the information about the air quality. LM393 sound sensor, which is used to analyze the sound levels in decibels. And DHT11 is used to get the temperature and humidity values in the area. Sorry. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. There's some problem. Yes. Yeah. And further, we have also used ESP8266 module, which is called Node MCU module, along with the multiplexer. Here we can get the analog input from the different sensors and send it to the Raspberry Pi for the further processing of the system. And the software tools that we have used in this project are Arduino IDE, ThinkSpeak, and IFTTT. Arduino IDE is used to write the code of the program, which will further connect it to the ThinkSpeak platform so that we can get the result section where we plot a graph. And ThingSpeak Cloud Platform is used to analyze the data graphically and to trigger the alerts. IFTTT is a platform that can be used to send email or SMS notification when there is a trigger. Moving on to the system architecture, this is how the system we have proposed will look. Here, the Raspberry Pi is connected to the power supply and the ThingSpeak Cloud Platform using Node by connecting it to the LAPI or system, where we write the code which will be sent into the Raspberry Pi module to initiate it, and which will be further proceeding. And we have also connected gas sensor, DHT11 sensor, and sound sensor to the Raspberry Pi. We have also made use of Node MCU to further make the connections from sound sensor to the Raspberry Pi. Proposed system. This is just a basic look of the proposed system. And in this system, the analog and the digital data from the different sensors are collected and sent to the Raspberry Pi. Through the Raspberry Pi, the cloud platform is connected and the data can be sent to the cloud at every instance. And coming to the methodology part, booting the first, the process that continues is, as early as we turn on the Raspberry Pi, the booting of the Raspberry Pi OS can be done, and the DHT11 sensor detects temperature and humidity level. As already mentioned, the different sensors are gas sensor, sound sensor, and temperature and humidity sensors. The analog values which is sent from MQ135 and LM393 sensors cannot be directly collected from the Raspberry Pi. Hence, we make use of Node MCU and multiplexer for that purpose. The collected sensor data is then sent to the cloud. Next, from the collected data, graphical analysis is made on the data and the pollution levels can be monitored continuously. The threshold values is set in the cloud platform. Using the threshold values, different alerting methods can be implemented. As already said, a Twitter notification and an email notification is implemented using IFTTT. Further, speaking about ThingSpeak, we already know ThingSpeak is an IoT analytics platform useful for visualization and analysis of live data streams. With the ability to execute MATLAB code, ThingSpeak can perform online analysis. Here, all the data that we are collecting from the different sensors are being sent by writing a code in the Arduino IDE and are further sent to the ThingSpeak platform, where the graphical representation of the data is being done. Prototype and build IoT systems without setting up servers or developing web software. And further, IFTTT, it's a web service that lets you create applets that act in response to other action. Webhook service to create web requests to trigger an action. IFTTT also provides with webhook service, and there will be two different actions that will be taking place in IFTTT, that is incoming action and an outgoing action. Incoming action is an HTTP request to the web service, whereas an outgoing action is a notification in the IFTTT app on your device. Coming to the results section, as I already said, we have used different sensors in the system, that is air quality, for sound sensing, and for temperature and humidity sensing. Here, the results are shown for all of that. In the first result section, in this result section, we are seeing the air quality monitoring systems result section, where the graphical analysis is shown, that is the graph being plot between air quality, where the air quality and timestamp. Here the air quality is measured in the form of ppm, and when we have set a threshold value for the measuring the air quality. Whenever the air quality value goes threshold value, then the notifications will be sent. Here the graph will be taken for every, we'll be setting a interval in the code which we have written in the Arduino IDE. So within the time interval, for every time interval, it will be taking the data and will be sending onto the ThingSpeak cloud. And next, sound intensity, humidity monitoring. Here the humidity monitoring is being done so that the MQ135 sensor gives accurate results. MQ135 sensors gives accurate results at optimal conditions, so it is mandatory and helpful to measure the humidity. The humidity is being sensed by using DHT11 sensor. Here, the DHT11 sensors gives humidity values accurately with a tolerance of 1%, which can be ignored. Here, the humidity is measured in the form of percentage. Temperature sensor. Here, for temperature, we are again making use of DHT11, and here the temperature is measured in Celsius scale. The temperature values obtained from the sensors has a very little tolerance of -1 to +1%. Further, sound intensity monitoring. Here, whenever there's a noise in the surrounding area, then the sound sensor detects it and sends the data to the node MCU, which will further be calculated by using a program which we write and will be converted into the decibels format. So here the graph, you can see the graph against the sound intensity where decibels and timestamp is been measured, shown. The variation of the sound level when the sensor is exposed to different intensities of sound is measured and plotted on the graph. Further continuing to the email notification, as I've already told, IFTTT is used to give the email notification. IFTTT is nothing but if then that. Here it is making use of webhooks, which will be triggered when the pollution levels crosses the threshold value. So as you can see in this, we have set the air quality threshold value as 90 ppm and humidity threshold value as 50%. When the air quality threshold value, when the air quality level increases beyond 90 ppm, then the then the IFTTT triggers and the email notification will be sent. Same as that happens in the second thing where the humidity value goes beyond 50%, then this email notification will be sent. Further coming into the Twitter notification, here we have made use of ThinkTweet, which is an inbuilt application provided inside ThinkSpeak platform. By making use of it, we are checking for the values like pollutant values in the environment. And if the pollutant values goes beyond threshold values, we are sending the email notification or the Twitter notification to the registered user. Now coming to the conclusion part, here as we have made use of IoT based applications in the proposed system, so we can make use of step-by-step monitoring of the pollution in the environment. The authorized users can control and monitor the environmental pollution using ThinkSpeak Cloud platform. And this system is affordable and compact, which makes it very easy to port the system into remote places. The data collected in the cloud can be accessed by the user to get the complete data in real time. Further coming to the future work, the system can be improved by connecting different regions to single cloud system. And when we implement the system in an industrial area, we can further connect the system with different sensors, and also we can fit air filters so that we can monitor and control the air pollutants in environment. And prediction modules can also be implemented by using machine learning algorithms. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Any questions, please? If you have any queries and questions, please ask. Any questions, please?
And actually, yeah, there's a question saying that can we use MQ135 individual pollutants? Now, actually, for individual pollutants, there are different sensors which can be used for each pollutant. Here we are making use of MQ135 sensor because it combinedly checks for the pollutant levels. For different pollutants, if you want, then you can go for the different sensors. So, any more doubts? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Okay. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Shailesh Iyer from School of Engineering, Applied Sciences, Rai University, Ahmedabad, India. Dr. Iyer is going to share his views on recent research trends and challenges in engineering and computer science. Over to you, Dr. Iyer.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll just share the screen. I hope I am audible.
Not yet. The screen is not shared yet. I can see your video. Yes, it's starting.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible right now and my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank the entire management of NCSET and especially Kusum Madam also for giving me the chance for this invited talk. And I would be emphasizing more on seeing to the time limitation. I would be emphasizing more upon the current trends of research, and I'll try to go through it in a very fast manner, as much as highlighting the components which are very much useful for the research. So just I would like to start with this broad research areas. Artificial intelligence figures in among the top 10 research areas that I tried to figure out. Machine learning is following very fast, and actually some people consider artificial intelligence and machine learning to be the same, though we have a specialized feature in this, which is actually a part of, it can be called as a subset of artificial intelligence also. Following very soon is computer vision and blockchain, along with networking, cyber security, big data analytics, cloud computing, IoT, and computer assisted education. Now, I would just like to spend some time on the last factor that I just now highlighted, that is computer assisted education. Now, this is particularly pertinent because of COVID-19, I would like to say, because till now, a lot of talk was going on about a lot of talk was going on about online education, but when it came to COVID-19 and when the schools and colleges were shut, it really started with online education in the true sense. And online education started with a lot of problems as far as infrastructure and other issues were concerned. And Zoom is one solution which came out, but there are many other things being worked out. So this is one area which I feel is very much hot, and a lot of research is going into this. And probably in the next few years, you will find a lot of research work being done on this particular dimension. So I would just like to continue with the next slide. Now, AI is my favorite topic because AI has a lot of opportunities. If I can go on for 1 hour about AI, it would be less comparatively. But I would just like to highlight these areas actually. These are established trends, booming trends, upcoming trends, and niche trends. So my focus would be on these three. So anybody who is going to do a research in AI should focus on booming trends, upcoming trends, and niche trends. These three areas rather than established trends, because established trends already we have predictive analytics and autonomous aerial vehicles, which is very much right now being used, and much of the work has been already done. So I would ask the scholars to particularly focus upon these moving trends, where you can talk about autonomous ground vehicles. That is, we are talking about autonomous car. We are talking about computer vision in AI. We are talking about NLP, natural language processing. A lot of scope is there into this. Open source AI is a very hot field actually, because there are very few open source tools which are very successful in AI. Then we have chatbots, which are normally very much used right now, and a lot of scope for development of that also. Digital assistance. This is one area in India particularly, it is now picking up. Not much has been done in India in this particular area of digital assistance. So this is basically the booming trends which I want to focus upon. Along with that, I also want to focus upon the niche trends. Now, niche trends are where you're talking about robots, you're talking about robotics, you're talking about deep reinforcement learning, where you are actually a kind of a machine learning. I hope I'm audible. Any problem? I'm hearing some disturbance here. Okay, so deep reinforcement learning is something which is having a lot of scope right now for research. So we are focusing upon all these areas right now for research, and ethical AI is one area which will particularly be emotion AI and ethical AI would be the future areas which would be the AI areas for research, because particularly capturing emotions through images and working on it. This is what emotional AI is all about, and we'll be focusing upon that very much in the future. You will find a lot of research being done in the future in this direction. Now, AI basically in healthcare, I'm going to focus upon two main areas broadly, healthcare and agriculture. Because these are two areas which are going to give a lot of results in the future, because healthcare, as you know, that now COVID-19 is a declared pandemic and a lot of problems people are facing due to this. Now, when we are talking about healthcare, probably most of the countries are spending very much less on healthcare. If I talk about India particularly, I find that healthcare is the most neglected sector, and probably these few months have brought that to light, and much of the work being done right now is concentrated on healthcare, pharmaceuticals, and all these areas which were neglected. So when we talk about this support vector machine is one algorithm which is used in healthcare basically. Radiology or medical imaging is one field where a lot of research work is being done and a lot is expected still. So if you're talking about selecting an area in healthcare, probably radiology can be one. Dermatology is one more, which is associated with skin cancers and skin related diseases. So that is also one area where a lot of work can be done. Oncology or study of tumors. Tumors in general are a big menace as far as all the patients are concerned. So they find tumors. So these tumors need to be operated. So a lot of work can be done regarding this using AI. Cardiology is one aspect which I hope, I was just attending one of the papers presented before this, actually the second last paper. So I could see that ECG and all that was highlighted. So cardiology is one big field where this can be used. Brain tumor detection is also very much used. I mean, brain tumor, already we are using AI in brain tumor detection and brain mapping. Eye surgery and cataract detection. Actually, I would just like to focus upon this, where Google has tied up with a Madurai-based hospital in providing eye surgery and cataract-related detection and treatment. So a lot of work is being done at a local level and at a global level also on this field. Retinopathy treatment, again, a lot of diseases are, I mean, or a lot of organs are related to diabetics, and retinopathy is one area where a lot of research is still pending. Now, I was just going through a very interesting thing regarding the startups. So I found a very interesting pic which I want to share with you. This is the pic which I want to share with you. 106 startups transforming healthcare with AI. Now, when I talk about 106 startups, you would probably wonder that what are startups doing in research? But basically, this is actually when I view any kind of field, I first look at what kind of opportunities are there, what kind of startup opportunities are there in that field, and that will actually govern what kind of research needs to be done to support those startups. So probably we are talking about patient data and risk analytics. So this is one area where probably we are finding a lot of startups coming up. You can just see patient data and risk analytics. That is a big area of research right now, which can be a big area of research. And a lot of work is being done to collect the patient data, store it, and try to do some analytics based on this. This can be used by insurance companies also to provide insurance. If suppose some X person is going to take insurance, then probably the patient data and risk analytic features can allow that insurance company to govern the premium. Right now, premium is according to age groups, but in the future, I see the premiums to be decided based on not the age groups, but based on the symptoms and based on the diseases that person is having. Suppose I say somebody who is 45 may not have any disease, then his premium can be lower than somebody who is 25 and has, say, sugar or diabetes or sugar or BP or any such disease. So this is basically the patient data and risk analytics we are talking about. Then we have medical imaging and diagnostics. Whenever we are talking about any treatment, we need medical imaging to be done. Some tests are taken, some pathology tests, some medical imaging like X-ray, CT scan, etc. So all this also can be a very big area where AI can be used, and research is expected in these areas. Mental health, actually this is one new thing which is coming up right now, that people are not able to manage stress. So the stress levels are going high. So to deal with these levels, we have a mental health indicator and drug discovery to help those patients come back to normal. So this is something new which is involves a lot of research. Virtual assistants, we have just like we have a nurse looking after us, here we have virtual assistants who are looking after our day-to-day needs, highlighting or alerting us about different medicines to be taken, different things to be done, different exercises to be conducted, etc. So different tests to be conducted periodically. So all these virtual assistants will help us in this particular governing our body functions, etc. Variables are there, like you wear certain things and your indications of health are permitted. Like suppose if I say that I wear a watch, now in that watch a lot of things are there which can indicate my body temperature, pulse, BP, everything basically. So a lot of things are, lot of work is being done over in wearables. Then you have lifestyle management and monitoring. This is a big field right now because we know that as we are busy earning money, what we are losing on is our health. We have a lot of stress as far as dealing with our day-to-day functions. We have our job, looking after our family. A lot of things are stressful and we don't find time to look after our health. So lifestyle management and monitoring would help in health management and health monitoring. So this will remind you of a lot of things which you need to do, how many steps you have walked, that can also be indicated. So this will help you in this. So there's a lot of research pending in these areas also, right? So this is something which I wanted to highlight here, because this, even though this is given the term or title of 106 startups, but actually this is a lot of research will go into this coming in the future months or maybe future years. Now, AI, edge computing and 5G. We are talking about 5G here because 5G is now currently going to be replaced by 6G, right? So I just want to highlight a few minutes on this. Drug discovery is one important thing because we need to discover drugs which are competitively priced and which can be useful for the patients. We need to improve our speed and accuracy of diagnosis. Health records need to be maintained, which is a very important thing because in India particularly, I'm not aware about other countries, but in India particularly, you will find that health record management is very much, you can say, neglected area. Robotic surgery, again, a lot of things which we are dependent upon doctors for. Now robots can do it, so robotic surgery is going to be the future. Clinical trials, real-time monitoring of patients with sensors and wearables. Again, this is an emerging field, so a lot of research will go into these areas. Now we have blockchain in healthcare. Now again, as I told you, that whatever we are recording about the patient, that needs to be maintained properly. So healthcare management needs a proper monitoring of data, proper segregation of data, and blockchain can be a game changer in this. So blockchain can be for healthcare also, as well as education also, and many other areas. So you can manage your supply chain properly through blockchain. This is the supply management I was talking about through blockchain. Pharmaceutical research and development, clinical trials, from going from manufacturing plant to warehouse to transportation. to healthcare providers, to retailers. All this thing can be managed properly using blockchain. So blockchain is also emerging area. Just recently, I was discussing with a few election commission officers in India. They were telling that maybe right now the government is thinking about implementing blockchain in conducting elections. So probably we'll have online voting in the future, and we'll have blockchain through the process of election being managed. So that's a new novel term probably, and if it is satisfactorily implemented with a lot of safeguards, I hope this can be successful. My favorite area is actually smart farming, I would say. Smart farming, because smart agriculture is the future, right? Now, I would just like to share one more information with you that actually I and few of my students, we have had a grant of around 2 lakh for preparing a prototype for smart farming. This is using sensors, using IoT, and using big data also to a certain degree. So we are on the verge of preparing the prototype and implementing it. And we have received a funding of around 2 lakhs from Government of Gujarat, SSIP cell. And this is going ahead very fast and very fine. So here actually the farming would change as soon as we are talking about the future of farming. I think gone are the days when the farmer would be toiling in the field. He would be just sitting and managing the different devices through which all the data would be monitored, and smart sensors and monitoring would help him do smart farming. And due to that, he can also concentrate upon using it for different other trades and expansion of farming methods, etc. So this, I think, will be the future of farming. This I've just added a few things over here. If you want, you can just go through this. I'm not going through the entire thing because we may be falling short of some time right now. But only thing here, the challenges in farming, implementing smart farming, is that there is a high cost. There's a skill gap because farmers are not trained in India, particularly as I told you that farmers are not that literate. Those who, the younger generation of farmers who are literate are actually moving to the cities, and they are not willing to take up farming as a profession. So there's a huge investment also, which right now the old farmers are not ready to take. Poor connectivity issues, of course, this can be dealt with by the government and different bodies at a local level. Rural areas do not have that much electrical and network connectivity, leave alone high-speed internet. Then you have a lot of growth impact and benefit also coming in if this is implemented. So somehow I feel that this is my favorite area where a lot of work is being done by me also and my students. And we find that this is one area where probably farmers would benefit from the entire change that is coming or research that is coming into this. And algorithms can be developed for effective farming. I don't know how many months it will take or how many years it will take, but probably this is one field which is very close to my heart. Again, I don't have that much time for that, but AR and VR, probably these are also two areas which are very much connected with computer vision. And we have face, body, and gesture tracking, which is taking place. We have 3D scene or object reconstruction taking place, augmented reality. Right now, we are having a lot of work being done on these fields. 5G helps in smart drone, virtual and augmented reality, as I told you, a smart car or automotive vehicle-to-vehicle communication or manning, smart city, healthcare, and financial management also to a certain degree. So right now what we are talking about is 6G. So in 6G, we are talking about all these factors being clubbed in 6G, right? So you will find that game theory is also one addition over here. Game theory actually wants to minimize the loss of anybody and wants to maximize the gain. So this is some part of OR statistics which is being used. We have networking, we have optimization, we have computing foundations. So lot of things ahead in the future for research. Now, I have not been able to do justice to many of the fields of research, like cloud computing. I have been given 20 minutes, so I was not in a position to highlight all those research areas. But cloud computing, IoT in particular, robotics, and though I've covered some part of it, but these all are research fields which are going to be the future innovations and which will help a lot into this. Other than that, actually what I find is that multidisciplinary research is what is going to be the future. Now, particularly I remember that before 5 or 6 years when we were doing research, we were told that, okay, this is your computer science field and these are topics which you have to research upon. Now we find, or we encourage our research scholars to focus upon areas which are not related to computers, but where you will be using computers to good effect. Like many of the fields are there, like even customer behavior, trying to analyze various other things. So lot of psychology of a person, like suppose if somebody is committing suicide, what is the reason for the suicide? For that again, some research can be made, some algorithm can be developed, some mechanism can be developed which can prevent suicides, which can prevent a lot of healthcare conditions which may go out of hand. So I think research future is very bright, and a lot of fields are there which are probably areas where research can be conducted. But again, it depends upon the aptitude of the researcher and what kind of time horizon the researcher has. Some challenges which I have listed out, actually there are many challenges, but some challenges which I have thought are the main challenges are data acquisition. Many of the areas of research are where data acquisition is very difficult. Suppose I want to prepare some research, I want to do some research on the electoral process or the voting system. I would not get that much data from the election commission unless I have very good contacts with them. So that's again a different thing. Data acquisition many times is very difficult. IT infrastructure is not there to support the research. That is one important thing. There may be connectivity issues. Again, that depends upon what type of research you're going for. Research funding is a problem if you're going for high end research, and funding is a major limitation, and a lot of funding agencies are now not funding, and many are going after the credentials only. That means if you already have done some projects, then they may fund you, but for new funding, new research or new scholars, they may not fund. Stringent time deadlines. We are all doing research for some objectives. So some of you may be in academics and they want to grow in academics, so they want promotion, so they may be undertaking research. So there are time deadlines for that. You cannot continue with 5 years of research, though you would like to do it. So that is again one limitation which is there, one challenge. Rapid advancement in technology, so you have to be up to date regarding this, and probably the research mindset. Now research mindset, because I'm talking about, because everybody wants to go the easy way right now. Everybody wants ready-made research to be done. The projects, even some of the students I observe that they are giving the projects to outside agencies, outsourcing them and getting it ready-made from them. So that is probably one research mindset which is up to the individual. And if the individual develops that research mindset, I don't think research should be a challenge. So this is from my side. Any questions or anything anybody has anything to add or suggest, they can.
Thank you so much. So there is one question, I believe.
Yes.
The chat is saying, great. Could you elaborate on blockchain area? Also, what's your purpose for modern identity management area?
So can you repeat the question? I could not get the voice clearly.
You said, could you elaborate on blockchain area? This is the first part of the question.
Okay, yeah.
The second part, what is the purpose for modern identity management area?
Yeah, actually the blockchain is right now being used in a big way to secure the data in a big way. You can say a kind of document security can be awarded in a big way using blockchain. So blockchain is being used for timestamp transactions and a lot of other areas. So blockchain is probably, I think so, the future, and even the voting, counting of election votes are being planned by many of the countries using blockchain. So probably I feel that this is going to be one major research area which we'll be finding in the future. And regarding modern identity management area, actually, it's a difficult topic because I mean, identity management requires a lot of other areas, like it requires ethics also, it requires security also. A lot of areas are combined with it. So I think this can be a multidisciplinary area for research.
Great, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate your presence. Dr. Kuzoma, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm very much here.
Please go ahead.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Jatin Gupta from Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Rajkumar Goel Institute of Technology, Ghaziabad, India. He is going to discuss his topic, that is IoT and its application for a common man like home automation. Mr. Jatin, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kusum. Am I audible?
Yes.
So I'm going to start my presentation. I think my presentation is also visible.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to say good afternoon to everyone. And I would like to thank the platform which invited me to share my views over here. Today, I'm going to share my views on IoT. As you all are aware, IoT is Internet of Things. It is basically any device, any component that will be connected to Internet. If we say in earlier scenario, the table, the mobile phone, the laptop was not able to connect it to Internet. But nowadays, everything, in fact, your door, your shoes, your table, your watch, everything is able to connect with Internet. So what is the basically significance of this? Why we need Internet of Things? If we use Internet in multiple components and multiple devices, so we can collect data using those devices, those sensors, and by using that data, we can perform lots of operation. We can analyze lots of things, like if we taking data through a pair of shoes, so we can analyze like how this person is going to walk, how many walk this person need, etc., etc. There are so many examples that are available in IoT. IoT is basically useful for common man. Today I'm going to discuss the basic example of an IoT, that is home automation. Now, my idea of approach is Internet of Things connects physical world to Internet. Okay, as I have told you that any devices that will be connected to Internet will form Internet of Things. It is just two terms are there, Internet and Things. Things means devices. Internet, you all are very much known to the Internet. Now, the proposed idea will allow the user with any Android-enabled device to run the application Bluetooth terminal on that mobile device, such as smartphone. Basically, my idea of approach is that I'm going to design a system in which user can control his or her home appliances through his or her mobile phone. using Bluetooth. Why Bluetooth? Because Bluetooth has some wireless range. Moreover, mobile phone, smartphone is very much handy nowadays. Every person has a smartphone. On that smartphone, whether that smartphone is Android based or iOS based, we need to run an application that is Bluetooth terminal, which is going to be provide you the front end between your mobile phone and your hardware. Now, hardware which I have used over here is Arduino and some basic components like DC motor relays, etc. I'm going to discuss it later in this presentation. Now, by this particular mechanism, the user can control his or her home appliances or devices remotely. For example, he is in room 1 and he wants to switch on or switch off the light or fan of another room or another floor. So he or she can do it without physically moving over there. What is the benefit of that? Like nowadays, you see, as our old parents are in the house and they can't move very frequently because of their health issues, or if there is a patient, he or she cannot move very easily to switch on or switch off the light or fan or TV. So if they are using this particular sorry, if they are using this particular idea, so they can easily control without physically moving. They just have their mobile phone, and by tapping on their phone, they can easily switch on, switch off everything that is connected to this particular system. How the system works is basically the front end will be run on Bluetooth, and on the Bluetooth, they'll taking a request from user. Now that Bluetooth is sending that data to the hardware microcontroller, and here we used Arduino Uno as a microcontroller. Then that microcontroller processes the information. What is the input? According to that input, the microcontroller performs the operation. Now, this system is very safe, easily controllable, economic and convenient. How? Safe because there is no high voltage work over there. Easily controllable as you are using your mobile phone, you are controlling so much applications on your mobile phone. So one more application you can easily control. Economic, no need to buy anything extra. Just one-time investment as you are going to spend on your physical electricity boards, switches. So this is also a one-time investment. You have invested in your electricity board, and then you can use it using your own mobile phone. Changing your mobile phone doesn't leads to be any change in the system. It is just only that you are switching from one phone to another phone. So you are switching this app to another app only. What is the need of home automation? Now, here are some points which I have mentioned over here. The first one is admit that you are lazy. No one going to get up and switch on or switch off the light or fan or AC or anything else. It is like, okay, we'll do it later on. So in the background, the electricity is continuously wasting. Okay. Second is automated your daily task. If you are automated your daily task, it means like at the time in the morning 6 or 7, you need that your geyser must be switched on so that you can get a hot water for bath. You can automate your daily task using home automation. Money saver in some aspects. Money saver in some aspects, like you have moved out from your house, you have stepped out your house, and you forgot to switch off your AC or geyser or fan. So at what time you will be back, your that particular device is continuously consuming the electricity. But if you are having this particular system installed at your home, then you can control that from remote location as well. You have just stepped out from your house, and then you realize that there must be switch on the TV, or there may be a switch on the fan, fridge, cooler, AC, any of the device. So you can switch off that device from your remote location as well. There is no need to go to your home or your device physically. There is no need of physical contact. Okay. Your own personalized home security app, home security setup, as you can cut your main power electricity from main box using that app, or you can also set up burglar alarm. You can also set up passcode entry of your home. You can do anything, any number of things. There are number of operations you can apply. There is no limit. It's a new experience altogether, and it also makes your life easy. Now, the introduction of the system is like, we have covered this particular research in two areas, hardware and software. In hardware, we use Arduino Uno, LEDs, LCD screen, DC motors, and other components. Also relays. Combining these hardware units in a particular circuit and then writing a program in Arduino. This is the one part. Second part is designing its application, an Android application. I have designed an Android application of this as well. That Android application will take what? That Android application will take input from user and then send that input to Arduino using Bluetooth. This is the another part. So in these two parts, this whole system is completely divided. Now we have used two different technologies, IoT and Android. IoT is Internet of Things, that we have connected internet using Bluetooth to the Arduino, and second is Android, that is your front end through which user can interact. Problem statement: why we need this system? It is difficult for handicapped and elderly people to take care of several domestic systems by themselves, and also sometimes people forgot to switch off the electrical appliances while leaving home for work. As I've told you earlier, that this may be the problem statement through which we can design our system. This is the problem for which we have designed this system. So these are the modules we have discussed. Complete project, we have taken it as a project which we have designed. This project is divided into two categories, hardware and software. In hardware, we have microcontroller, that is Arduino Uno, Bluetooth module, that is HC05 IC, that is basically responsible for Bluetooth communication. And third one is relay, switches, fans, light, LCD, DC motor, breadboard, any other hardware devices that is you want to connect with your system. Now, in software part, we have Android development kit and Arduino IDE. Arduino IDE is a software package that used for developing software for Arduino, on which that Arduino works. And Android development kit is used to develop Android APK, application file, through which you can send commands to your hardware system. This is the architecture of our system, how it is connected and works. Mobile phone with Android application. Here is a mobile phone, user's mobile phone, on which the application is already installed. That mobile phone is having Bluetooth as well. So application is connected with Bluetooth. Okay. This part is done in Android programming. Okay. Then Bluetooth is connected to Arduino Uno. One Bluetooth chip is connected with Arduino. So Bluetooth of your mobile phone will communicate with the Bluetooth chip connected with Arduino board. That the Bluetooth of your mobile phone sends signal to the Bluetooth of Arduino, and then Arduino takes the input and analyzes that input. What is going to be happening? Is it a command to run relay? Is it a command to run motor? Is it a command to display on LCD? Or is it a command to connect or disconnect power supply? Whatsoever be the command, according to that particular command, the hardware will work. Okay, and with this relay, we have connected devices like fan and light, your room light. With this DC motor, we have connected curtains and garage door. Means when Arduino Uno receives door open, so it will automatically trigger the DC motor connected with the garage door, and that door, that motor started rotating, through which the door gets open. After that, the door gets closed. Okay, all of this system, the Arduino system is connected with 220-volt power supply. Arduino Uno, the microcontroller which we have used, is an open source electronic platform and very easy to use. Earlier, it was very difficult to use microcontrollers because the microcontrollers are not like a design platform, were not available in the market, but Arduino make it possible. It is basically a plug and play device. You can buy it from market, write the programs in very high level language like C, C++ type of architecture, which is going to be used in Arduino IDE. And it is very easy to write program in Arduino IDE. School students also can write the programs in Arduino IDE. So Arduino is basically a plug and play device through which you can develop small projects like switch on LED, switch off LED, switch on relay, DC motor. These are the sample programs that is available in Arduino IDE as well. The software is Arduino software, Arduino IDE. Okay, so this is a freeware, and Arduino is an open source electronic platform. Okay, so you can use this Arduino Uno versions in Arduino like Arduino Lily, Arduino Leonardo, Arduino Mega, Arduino Nano, and so many others. As per the requirement, you can choose your Arduino board. This is the Arduino Uno. The size of Arduino Uno is very much less than your palm. The size of your palm is much greater than the size of this Arduino board. This Arduino board is having digital input output pins and analog input output pins. These are the digital IO pins through which you can connect your digital components, and here it is the analog port through which you can connect your analog sensors or analog components. This is the port through which you can connect your computer to write the program in this microcontroller, and this is a power supply button. This is a major component that I am going to tell you. This is the power supply. Either connect your laptop or desktop and give it to supply. Otherwise, after writing the program, just disconnect your laptop or desktop or computer from Arduino. Just connect this power supply. It takes a normal mobile charger, and connect that power supply to your Arduino. Your Arduino start working on the program that is written in this microcontroller. This is the microcontroller IC on Arduino board. Okay, there are some advantages of Arduino, like Arduino is open source and extensible software, simple and clear programming using Arduino IDE. It is a cross-platform means you can run you can run Arduino IDE on Windows, Linux, Macintosh, and other operating systems. Arduino IDE is available for maximum types of operating system, and inexpensive. Inexpensive means Arduino is very cheap. Its cost is around 250 or 300 rupees only. This board cost is around 250 or 300 only, and the IDE, the programmer, is free. So you just bought an Arduino and start automizing. Next is your HC05 Bluetooth module. Now this is a Bluetooth chip through which the communication or wireless data transfer is possible. This chip is going to be connected with Arduino IDE. This Arduino IDE is connected with this chip. So your Arduino is connected. When your Arduino is connected with the Bluetooth, now your Arduino is wirelessly communicating with your mobile phone. Mobile phone is also having Bluetooth, and now your Arduino is connected with this. Then your Arduino is also, your hardware is also having Bluetooth. So all these two devices can communicate wirelessly within a range. Range of Bluetooth is around 100 meters. So within a home, within a home, you can easily switch on, switch off your appliances. And if you move out, step out from your house, then using internet sharing through Bluetooth, you can control this device as well. Okay. Now, next is why we prefer Bluetooth. Because there are so many options, like except Bluetooth, you can use Zigbee, you can use Wi-Fi, you can use infrared, you can also use RF, you can also use GSM. But Bluetooth, because to make it simple, secure, and easy to use, also cheap. Okay, that's why we use Bluetooth. Next is, these are the relays. Relays are high voltage device. Relays are basically high voltage switches. Like you have to control your fan or your light. So for that you can use relay. Now Android open source project. This is the file. This is the setup that you are using to develop application. Now this is a application front end which I have designed. This is the application front end. The red ones are the switch on. The yellow ones are the off switches. So we have used 4 relays. So relay 1, 2, 3, 4 on, relay 1, 2, 3, 4 off, and another one, master on, master off. Master on and master off will do like the complete cut down your electricity and complete connectivity to your home. Means if you want to switch off from the mains of your house, so you can master off. Here are some of the advantages and disadvantages of the system. Like it is helpful for handicap. It saves your money and energy. It is a wide range. Like you can use up to 100 meter, and so on. Disadvantages: it is costly than your traditional system, and still it is having a limited range up to 100 meters only. You cannot move beyond 100 meters. Real world application: here's the applications in which you can use this particular system: home robots, lighting, leak detection, home automation, heating, ventilation, and other air conditioning devices you can use. In future, we can replace Bluetooth by GSM or Wi-Fi to make it more reliable and more efficient, so that this system can be controlled by a larger area. And integration of this device with some actual running homes to make it feasible, that we can discuss we can analyze the real time issues. So now I'm concluding my topic that the smart home market is taking off as IoT device prices come down and the general public comes to understand the benefits of these products. Like in today's era, everyone wants that on his or her fingertips everything is going to be controlled. He or she do not wants to move anywhere, and he or she wants that everything will be traveled and comes to its point, his place. So by this particular device, by this particular project, he or she can actually make it possible that without moving his step, he or she can virtually or can control any of the home or industry or any of the device through internet. Okay, thank you. I would like to hear for questions.
Anybody, if you have any query, please ask. Mr. Jatin, you have a question in the chat box, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we have a question that what about the security concern after using IoT as data is exchanged over internet? So is easy for cybercrime? Yes, it is very easy for cybercrime, but in this system, we have used Bluetooth, and the property of Bluetooth is that only one-to-one communication is possible. If one Bluetooth is connected with your device, like your mobile phone is connected with your hardware, so no other hardware or no other Bluetooth can be connected with your existing system. So if anyone else intrude in the system, so the user get notification that Bluetooth is disconnected, so he or she can stop the device and make it sure that the data is safe. Moreover, in this we can only share 1 2 3 4 kind of numbers just to switch on or switch off. No more critical or no more data that is very critical or useful. So there is no issue of cybercrime or on data security.
Right.
Any more questions?
Anybody else has any questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Jatin. Thanks, Atan.
Thank
Have
you,
a
ma'am.
great
Pleasure
day.
is all mine. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Kavita Sharma from Department of Computer Science and Engineering, GL Bajaj Institute of Technology and Management, India. Dr. Sharma is going to discuss on defense mechanics in various attacks in mobile devices. Dr. Sharma, over to you. Dr. Kavita.
Yes, good afternoon to all of you. Thanks for Dr. Kusum Yadav ma'am and all organizing team for NCFCT 2020. Due to less time slot, I tried to reduce and compress my slides in 20 slides, and I tried to finish it within even slot. My talk on defense mechanisms against various attacks in mobile devices. Is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Yes, okay. These are outline of my presentation. Nowadays, mobile phones are much more advanced than earlier. These devices provide not only voice calling service, but also service advanced internet service. Example, common social media platforms. We have used various social media services like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, etc. The long range of security threats that can attack or exploit mobile computing devices. These devices are becoming a test bed for various cyber attacks. Attacks do not leave any opportunity to exploit any vulnerability that can help in breaching security of any mobile phone to gain access to phone data. Many vulnerability exist that can trigger nuclear cyber attacks, including injection attacks, DOS attacks, DDoS attacks, jamming attacks, phishing, and spamming, etc. These attacks occur due to the presence of various flaws in the phone's operating system. Mobile ecosystem is a collection of multiple devices, software, testing tools, companies, device manufacturers, carrier, app store development, testing companies, etc. Now, DOS attack is most popular attack in mobile devices. A denial of service attack is an attempt to make a machine present as a network resources unavailable due to intense users, like as a suspend the service of host connected to the internet. It is single user hacker can take down the system. Take down the system because of those attacks and DDoS attack are same. In this launch of the target for multiple sources, but coordinated for a central point. If the same target of legitimate users are unable to connect via the sources they are intended to have access to attackers are one of the most effective ways for malicious activity to violate the availability. These attacks can consume all available network bandwidth or resources in a target network system or a website. The attacker uses one of many available methods and tools to flood the target within a malicious request. And in effect case that the system can no longer respond to requests. For a single computer, it is difficult to attack. So attacker to generate the volume of traffic necessary to fetch and access the website and to fetch bandwidth of resources. And the attacker.
Sorry for interruption. The voice is not clear. Can you adjust the mic a little bit?
Okay, now is it clear, sir?
Now still.
Okay. Now, okay, I will explain again. For a single computer, it is difficult to attack. So, attackers to generate the volume of traffic necessary to fetch a network or website to get the bandwidth or processing power needed. Attacker after use botnet armies of hundreds or thousands of internet computers that are infected with malware under the control of the attacker. In most cases, the owner of these infected computers are not aware they have become compromised. Due to have more computers designed to command of control and server attacks can remove, launch the infection. In this slide, with the board master and command control, these are infected systems that have no knowledge of the owners, this is infected and zombie. And these systems are infected on the victim server. So this is a large launch for a single source, and by using a botnet, attackers are able to hide their identity before the attacker organizes for many different systems that all appear to be legitimate. In the beginning, attackers build their own botnet of scanning the internet for vulnerability devices, then compromising them with malware that are enable attackers to remotely control, and bots are created and then damage the system. While a fair number of botnets are still made up infected people increasingly. Yeah, this is the target and solution of those attacks. This is the target network connectivity. Basically, attack on the web server applications and web-based applications goes to fetch the server, use the network bandwidth, and send a massive amount of traffic to target the victim's network with the goal of consuming so much bandwidth that users are denied the access. And network infrastructure use the target higher resources such as web-based server applications and drop the packets. These are attacks like TCP translating attacks, packet splitting attacks, counterfeit, and packet dropping. These are the solutions of these attacks: system tuning, network protocol improvement, and IP traceback and packet filtering. So this is the most challenging attack to identify in the system. Jamming attack. The jamming attack is a similar type of attack of those attacks. Jamming attack are the simplest type of attack and the control system, but they can very dangerous. Generating a jamming attack does not require information about the internal of control system. By simply emitting an interface signal, a jamming attack can effectively block the communication. Okay. Due to signal issues, maybe my voice is broken. Again, I repeat it, jamming attack. Now is it clear?
Sorry, but still the voice is not like there's an echo or something, but it's not that clear.
A jamming attack can effectively block the communication in wireless channels instead of the normal operation, causes performance issues, and even damage the control system. One of the key issues that make jamming attack is the biggest threat, and they are easy to launch. Before detection and defense in jamming attack, a approach to detect the mobile device and Wi-Fi signal has been proposed, and we have used two parameters: receive signal strength identification and packet loss rate, and their threshold value. In this RSSI and packet loss rate at any point C with mean network, minimum and maximum respectively jamming attack. Then after the jamming attack, and we have proposed the secure Wi-Fi access point to detecting and defending jammer attack. This is a problem scenario as it is defined as the process to stop all the communication processing for all devices.
Are you still there? So Kavita, are you still there? See, she's out. Oh, she was disconnected, I believe. Okay. No, she's still here.
Yes, jamming is defined as the process to stop.
Doctor, your presentation disappeared. So would you please share it again? Yes.
Jamming is defined as the process to stop all the communication processing for all devices that work on radio frequency within a defined range.
Out all impact of jammer on smart mobile devices performance concerning the Wi-Fi access. The real-time jamming detection scheme in mobile devices when communicate in a jammer area, there is a possibility to increase jammer attack in our devices. Jammer attack can be sensed experiencing packet loss rate. Packet loss rate, that means the jamming attack is happen. If we receive original packet, that is not jamming attacking happen in this our system. Now this is the proposed method scheme. We have considered Wi-Fi transmission between a wireless access point and many mobile devices. The AT and all considered mobile devices lie in the range of the jammer. The proposed mechanism considers the receive signal distance and packet slot rate between the two segments. These two segments we have analyzed the jamming attack runs on mobile devices run on access point. A high packet loss rate and less respective signal strength can result for jamming or a large channel fading between device and Wi-Fi access point. Its packet loss rate can be estimated as a percentage of packet loss in comparison of the jamming, so that the threshold value of the jamming attack is based on the RSSI and PLR threshold value. Second, that we have considered the run on the access point. On the devices, the access point maintains two counters like connected client and disconnected client and jamming detection CJ. So connected client CC keeps the track of the client and that counters the list client involved in the process of detecting, and the decremented the client needs have disconnect in the system. Then upon disconnect from the all counter CC must be decremented, and the counter CJ is initialized uploaded the 0. Then jamming detection mechanism in the process. The network of clients will analyze the access point. Next, now with the we have used the RSSI and packet loss rate can be calculated through the RSSI equation. The RSSI, the threshold value is the EP minus 10 log L plus theta. That is the meaning. That is the ET represents power of transmission of access point, and beta depicts the exponent of the path loss, which varies from 2 to 4. And eta represents the Gaussian distribution random variable, with a mean of 0 and standard deviation sigma up to 12 dB. And L represents as a distance from access point. At the point of P, we have considered the same, and this is the length of P represents distance between the P and access point. So now after that we have calculated the average value of threshold value denoted by the white text, and RSSI is defined by the RP threshold value. Suppose the average packet loss rate is PLR is gamma bar and RSI at the point of R bar P. The threshold value of packet loss rate is defined at the point P. LOP divided by L is the packet loss test value, and the threshold value of RSI point defined the LOP divided by L and RP threshold value. Now we have to use the algorithm to, according to this equation, we have designed the algorithm. First, send the ping command to access point with user-defined padding bit corresponding to jam detect. Here we initialize the RSSI and packet loss rate and set the threshold value. If packet loss threshold value greater than the packet loss threshold value and RP implied value is greater than the RP threshold value, then we save the SSID connected to AC and append the jam at the end of the SSID. Then we wait the drop to the signal strength is 0 and retrieve the list available of Wi-Fi access points. Then we pass the list and compare the SSID, the air loss point. Then we exit the last connected to APJ, then jammer detect, send the alarm message to, and then L. Now next algorithm we design for access point, set the CG and CC counter, then receive the ping corresponding the jam detect, and if client connected is the CC plus, and if client is disconnected, then CC minus. We already have initialized the CG 0 and the time is set to the timer P, and if the time is expired and the counter CC plus, then we have to set the jam as the signal and current values of SSID. Now we have proposed the framework to against the jamming attack. Each key-level technique proposed commits the security challenge faced by the mobile device's Wi-Fi access point. And in this, we have used fine-grained channel system to collect the information of destination and use the SSL handshake protocol. And after that, we apply the TMM HTTP algorithm and send to the request of the, if the user is legitimate user, then we send the request to the Wi-Fi server. Next. Defense technique of malware attack on mobile devices, we use these techniques: fine-grained permission system, secure socket layer network protocol, TMM HTTP algorithm. Now we have detailed architecture of 3-layer Wi-Fi security. First layer work on the fine-grained system. Second layer we work on the SSL handshake protocol, and third we work on the TMM HTTP algorithm. So these systems all provide the more security to connect to the Wi-Fi point. First, layer 1. The fine-grained systems are used to creating the permission and access the all selected points of the information about them. If any unsuspected access point and permission to access the Wi-Fi network is terminated, it is legitimate user, then it's sent to the next layer. Then second, SSL handshake protocol is the network protocol is to face the issues, access the network against many middle attacks to establish a connection between client and server. It provides authentication, integrated, and confidentiality. It provides end-to-end security, end-to-end security, end-to-end security. Next, in active malware attack, the SSL connection establishment is typical part of authentication server. For authentication, SSL uses handshake protocol. Using the handshake protocol, when server issues publish the certificate key. And the security purpose of the SSL certificate is valid authority, and the has provided the certification and up to next layer. The basic third layer is this is the round trip time of network traffic and used to discriminate between wired and wireless nodes. The basic communication configuration and properties are used, such as event chain point, access point in wireless identification network, and recognizing while privacy made of false positive rate. That provides the more accuracy to our channel that we use in our system. Yes, working structure of proposed export. The fine-grained channel. So they basically send the request to the permission, then permission granted by the fine-grained system and initiate the application download. Then we have generated the SSL handshake protocol between the mobile by smartphone and Wi-Fi access point. Request plus certificate sent, then permission grant against SSL handshake protocol has designed, then fine-grained system is approved by this. And we use the TMSDRT algorithm that is provide the accuracy and security of our system. Now this implementation we have used that block our we have to use the block while seeing we have used block when we get the notification, and there is the result. If any notification we get, then we have to alarm has raised the confusion. In Jammer attack and defensive framework on Android mobile devices, there's RSSI and packet loss rate and no alarm, and then identify the jammer is present in our network or not. And finally, we designed the algorithm of 3-layer model. Now, thank you. Any questions?
Back to you, Dr. Kusum.
I hand over to Dr. Kusum now.
Back to you, Dr. Kusum. Any question from the audience?
Hello.
Yeah, I was still waiting if there's any question. If you have a question, unmute yourself, ask the question, or yeah.
Anybody has any query, please ask. If anybody has any question, please ask. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kavita.
Thank you,
Have
ma'am.
a great day ahead. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. N. Sriman Narayan Iyengar from Srinidhi Institute of Science and Technology, India. Dr. Iyengar is going to discuss securing cloud computing environment against DDoS attacks. Over to you, Dr. Iyengar. Dr. Iyengar, are you there? Hello. Dr. Iyengar? I think there is some technical problem.
Hello, I am here, madam.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please start your presentation.
PPT I have to share, no?
Yeah, you have to share your screen, and please be louder because we are not able to hear you clearly.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Then to the files. Wait. It's okay, madam, coming? Okay. You're able to see my PPT?
Not yet, sir. Still waiting.
Still waiting, then how to share this? Screen, share screen, then
Yeah. And click on the PPT window.
share and
Yes.
now it's coming?
Yeah, it is. Now it is visible, please, sir. Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay. Okay, madam.
Okay, now over to Dr. Iyengar.
First of all, let me thank to Kusmi Yadav for giving me the opportunity. Yeah, good evening to everyone and all. Today my talk is about securing cloud computing environment. What I mean by exactly the cloud computing environment means, in this talk, I'm going to consider only the cloud boundary. Okay, inside there will be the data centers, and I'm not at all going to touch about the data centers because data centers is meant for only for the servicing. That is any type of the servicing internally. Anybody can use any type of service that is independent, but providing the security to the boundary of the cloud. So that is actually my talk. So here actually we have designed several mechanisms. Among them, I'm just going to talk about the few mechanisms because nowadays cloud computing is very, very important. Whether you consider the data science applications, IoT applications, whatever it all may be, the data gathered, you can do certain analytics and store the analytics in the data centers, and then you can provide those analytics to reuse to the users whenever they want for the comparison or for providing the best predictions. So many things that you can do. Okay, these are all the fundamentally the cloud systems that they provide as a software as a service, data as a service, platform as a service, scalable computing and all. But so our concentration is analytics as a service. We can do the analytics, predictions, several things, and we can store there because there are so many things that are coming into the world existing. Even though this COVID-19 also, we are trying to do certain calculations that have been kept there and then prediction for the feasibility and all, right? And despite there are the many benefits of the cloud computing, but despite of these things, the challenges for the customers to have no trust on the cloud computing because of the security, performance, and the availability. Security is the key issue in the cloud systems, and the performance, how to use the resources to solve the complex problems, and availability of the services and resources in the cloud. The challenge of the availability of the cloud system can be referred to distributed denial of the service mostly, that is DDoS attacks. So DDoS attacks, you can see the model here. DDoS attacks can be described as a design attack for disabling the normal service in the network. When this attack happened to the access to a network server or is blocked for legal customers. Next, the other one is there are examples, several examples are there for the DDoS attacks. These are the brief descriptions that DDoS attacks are happening and all. So much of the surviving literature techniques are there. Okay, let me first go into my work. All the above techniques lie under the router-based detection or the host-based detection. Route-based DDoS detection helps in protecting network resource taking and much time for anomaly detection, whereas the host-based DDoS detection helps in protecting the resource but fails in protecting at a very high rate of attack. Okay, this motivated us to contribute to the research study to predict the traffic overload and classify them as attack and non-attack threats to improve the quality of service along with the resource availability. So we have designed certain novel defense mechanisms along with my students, of course, that to secure the cloud computing environment against DDoS attacks. One is a multi-level trust filtration defending mechanism. The second one is a trilateral trust-based defense mechanism. Next, fuzzy logic-based defense mechanism, effective layered load balancing mechanisms, chaotic theory-based DDoS attacks. Still many. Totally, we have designed 9 to 10 models for this, of course, along with my students. So I'm just going to present you here the one that a multi-level trust filtration overview of the proposed architecture. You can see that I have a cloud boundary. Okay, then these are the data centers. So I said that the data center, I can use it for any type of this service. So service is entirely different, but I'm going to protect the boundary depending upon the services and depending upon the situations and all. Simple clause is that here First of all, we can see these are the clients from the different parts of the geographical locations wherever the cloud is there. And IWS, this is the IWS, means it is a intermediate web server. This intermediate web server is like a cloud service provider provides this one, including what are all the various types of the services that this data center is having. So different types of the services you can have, all the types of the services, what are all there. So it is like a lookup table. Okay, and it's not a third party. Okay, it's like a lookup table. So the clients need to look into this IWS, and then they need to be validated by these authorized scrutiny nodes. They're like agents. So these have to look into this IWS, and they should be authorized by these. Then only they can get the servers. If we can look, if somebody network security people, if you know right about like a Kerberos, then it's like a similar to that Kerberos. Okay, so intermediate web server will provide all the services what is this data center is having, and ASN will filter. Now it happens is that ASN, it IP address encrypted with the client's ID. ASN validates digital signature of the IWS by decrypting. ASN generates certificate, session key and timestamp, stores and sends to the client. So client decrypts the ASN response, client gets the session key and communicates with the DC via ASN. Here ASN acts like an exclusive protection layer, which the requester is unaware. So the request cannot bypass ASN and reach DC. This ASN protection chain helps in deploying the detection mechanism at the cloud boundary. So we are considering only cloud boundary to detect the abnormal traffic condition earlier, which is much cost effective. So here there are the multi-thrust filtration has been categorized to 4 modules: traffic analysis, abnormality detection, abnormality classification, attack prevention. These are the 4 modules. So traffic analysis, whenever the requester requests for a service or a resource, they are bypassing IWS or ASN. So at every point of the time, each ASN captures the request rate and request size of each incoming requester. Since DDoS attacker and the legitimate requester sends the same message request, they have the same message structure, but they vary in their traffic pattern. Okay, legitimate user wants to go properly, but unlegitimate user, he will try to see some paths. Okay, this differentiation is enough to measure the traffic condition and identify the attack group. Because DDoS attackers aims to shut down the DC by exploiting DC resource, which prevents the legitimate to access server resource. Thus, the data center resource becomes unavailable for legitimates. What is actually the availability means? The legitimate users, what are the services that he is to get, he will not get because of these attackers. Next, abnormality in the detection. On successful validation of the digital signature, the request rate and the request size is logged for each particular requester. If the incoming requester follows nominal traffic profile, they are served, otherwise considered as an attacker due to their abnormal traffic pattern. Then abnormality classification. When any requester request rate varies, the abnormality is identified. The abnormality cause may be due to the flash crowd or DDoS attackers. Flash crowd means all the attackers will come like a mob once. Okay, flash crowd is an event that occurs when large number of legitimate users tries to access server resources simultaneously, but this traffic congestion is for a short period of time, and the request rate for each legitimate does not exceed maximum request rate, whereas DDoS attack is a kind of attack that attempts to subvert the server resources where the request rate and request size varies from normal profile. Next, attack prevention. By examining the request rate, the request size at the time of the traffic abnormality, it is easier to differentiate the attacker and legitimates. This attack behavior of the request is informed to IWS by ASN and considered as an attacker. So IWS restricts further requests from that particular attacker in that particular session. The attacker requests are now filtered at firewall. Okay, thus the attack behavior can be prevented. Our architecture aims at absolute authentication of the requester, which is based on cipher without creating overhead and uniquely identifying each requester at the initial stage. Since the DC resources are essential, which when locked by anonymous attacker, the legitimate could suffer resource unavailability. Since cloud computing environment has its vast resource for servicing the legitimate, but the client group will be billed for the DDoS attacker's activity. So this architecture aims in capturing the 4 different kinds of the traffic congestion at different levels that could affect performance of the service provider. Firstly, spoof attack, secondly, DDoS attack, thirdly, flash crowd event, and finally, aggressive legitimates. So this is a multi-thrust level protocol that were designed at the time of the authentication phase: client ID recognition, digital signature, validation, request acquisition. After authentication phase, for each incoming request, behavior monitoring, service provisioning, next transient ejection. So this is a protocol that what has been designed, defined. So client ID recognition and all the phases, digital signature validation, and then the request acquisition. And after that 1 year, the after authentication phase for each incoming request, behavior monitoring. Else, if the behavior is good, we'll provide the service. Else, transient rejection, service provision, transient ejection. So many things will be there in this protocol. This protocol has been designed and independently working. That is what I link perfect. Limp prefetch is there, requester scrutinizing is there, traffic data logging is there, access right approval is there. So these are all the systems that has been working, considered for working the mechanism. Okay, then all this is traffic data logging, and then the access right approval for complete working mechanisms. So issues resolving the solutions, it is a mechanism which learns the traffic behavior of each client and identifies the abnormal traffic conditions and protects the DC resources for exaggeration. Our MTF helps in resolving the following 4 different types of the attacks. One is the botnets, type 1. So botnet is a robot network, which is some group of the computers which injects the malicious request towards the DC and making DC resources unavailable for legitimate users. The type 2 is the DDoS attacks. This attack is initiated and continued by some hundreds of the attackers, starts populating the unwanted traffic packets with enormous size in order to acquire the memory resources and to completely deplete it. By the way, this traffic disallows the legitimate request from reaching the DC and also depletes the bandwidth of the DC. This is some point of the time leads to unresponsive to its legitimate requests. Type 3 is a flash crowd. Flash crowd is an overloaded condition caused by simultaneous incoming of the large number of legitimates for over a short period of time. Next, the spoofing attack. This is a kind of overload condition which is attempted by an attacker by impersonating the legitimate user and affecting the DC resource by illegitimate access. Next, the experimentation and results and discussions. This is, we tested our proposed mechanism and a simultaneous experiment on OpenNet modeler, and the experiments are performed the campus network. This is when we were in VIT Vellore. It was conducted in the evening hours. Campax network here, DC requesters are grouped into the 3 subnets, and each subnet has got 100 workstations, 100 attackers, and 200 legitimate clients requesting for application specific requests at each subnet. This way we created the attacker and the legitimate profile, other devices and all, and whatever all the requests that have been generated there. So this is one is the FTP that we have considered. You can see that overall traffic reaches to the DC without the DDoS attack approach, and the green one is the overall traffic reaches to the DC with the proposed DDoS approach. Overall traffic reaches DC without any attackers. This is normal. This is actually with attackers and applying the method. Okay, so the traffic rate is an average number of the bits forwarded per second to the email and the FTP and HTTP application towards the DC. Then this, of course, that is a figure shows. This is the description of the figure. Actually, these traffic data is different scenario tracker captured plotted to prove the traffic approaching towards the DC reduced considerably from highly busy network with a traffic rate above 8 Mbps to around 4 Mbps is achieved, so preventing the attacker traffic towards the DC products. And this is for the email response time that we have done without DDoS attacks, with proposed DDoS attacks. And this is the HTTP response once again. And this is response time in seconds and then time in seconds. This is network bandwidth utilization with attackers, without attackers. And this is the sessions created at the DC, and session load without DDoS attacks approach, and then session load with proposed. So advantages and all, we have calculated the time. So the advantages that what we have obtained it here is a hierarchical detection, reduced traffic. It is a hybrid approach. There's a mixture, combination of the ASN and IWS protocol, and assured security requirements. Okay, this use of the cipher achieves privacy, confidentiality, and precisely authenticates the incoming requester, which satisfies the security requirements. This does not create overhead to the detection mechanism. And this idea basically we have got after studying the Kerberos, some other type of the protocol, but it worked very well. And this is actually the conclusion. And application of the authentication, actually what is the reason? Application of authentication protocol to cipher the requested transaction to uniquely identify the requester and allows in. Moreover, it also detects and filters 4 different kinds of overload conditions such as botnet, DDoS, flash crowd, and spoof attack. Considering several overload conditions implies improved traffic analysis, restricting overload traffic, improved the profit and quality of service. Apart from that, we have also, I'm not explaining it here, we have also designed some trilateral trust mechanism, and that is a delegated way of handling incoming traffic by make use of the trust tag for each registered requesters. So trust tag holds heuristic information for determining the behavior of any requester. Monitoring the legitimate requester is an added advantage with the notion whether the legitimate cloud could turn out to be an overload requester. Improved profit and response time here. The next one is a fuzzy logic, of course, great help by my student. Predetermined traffic parameters that vary significantly between a normal traffic pattern and attack traffic pattern, and define the fuzzy rules based upon that. Improved accuracy, sensitivity, and reduced false cases rates are there. Better traffic filtration results in improved response time, making use of the fuzzy. Next, layer load balancing based DDoS mechanism. It is an effective load factor computation by segregating the requesters based on the registrant priority. Data centers information catching improves response time and reduces the latency of analyzing the load information on demand. So intra-DC virtual load and inter-DC load balancing is that we have done, which is a faster with the help of upload informative resource repository. So then the another one is a chaotic theory based DDoS defense mechanism. It classifies attacks or not attack cases based on the network traffic analysis via chaotic deviation and a precise traffic state prediction by FNO's chaotic equation, improved good put and reduced. So these are the things that we have designed. So still we have notion about the future work is not only to derive hybrid test mechanism, but also to develop enhanced hybrid approach to protect the DT resources from antiviral, malware injection, source criticism, and DNS amplification, and reflection attacks. So extending the same architecture to handle the detect and prevent the DNS amplification attack, we would believe to incorporate agents to accumulate the agent information catch for the improving response of the DC even at the time of DDoS attack overload. So actually we are now currently we are working upon this one, making use of the agents, that is JADE agents, internet agents which move. So in case of the authorized ASN nodes, we are going to keep some of the agents, and agents will monitor, agents will identify, and based upon that one, we are going to do this. These are certain references, and this is another one. Here you are looking detection of the distributing of service in cloud computing IP, spoof IP. This is another my student's paper, and still we have a lot of the papers are there. And this is what I would like to talk, that there are still open problems in the cloud computing, especially boundary protection of the boundary to the cloud. There are different mechanisms are there. We are nowhere touching the internal. We will have the internally the data centers. I said that the data centers we can use for various business purposes. But how to protect that, the boundary protections, because generally there, you know very well, in the security, boundary security is one, another one. Internal security is more difficult. Boundary security is somewhat difficult. Exterior security, there are 3 types of securities are there. In organizations, of course, we make use of the policies and all. Okay, so this is a thing that I would like to say, and there are many more open problems in this cloud boundary security, and this my presentation. Yes, madam. This is my.
Any questions from anyone? Anybody has any questions, any queries, please? Thank you very much, Dr. Iyengar. There is no questions for you. Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day ahead.
And I am also thankful to you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Pleasure is entirely mine, sir. Okay. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Charu from Department of Computer Science and Engineering, JP Institute of Technology, Information Technology. Dr. Charu is going to discuss about modern networking technologies. Over to you, Dr. Charu.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kusum, Dr. Rabi, for the opportunity. So shall I start with the sharing of my screen?
Yeah, please.
I think Dr. Iyengar has not stopped sharing his screen. He should.
Right. Dr. Iyengar, please stop sharing your screen, sir.
So in the meanwhile, when the screen is available to us, to be very frank and to begin with, I'm not discussing any research problem or a solution. Rather, what have always come to my mind is where is the role of networks in the changing modern technologies, and how these technologies are accumulating the usage of networks within them, and what are basically their demands from the network side. So if we talk about the leading technologies, what are the basic requirements from their side, and how they are involving the networks, how they have embedded the various concepts of networks, which has led to the trend-changing networking technologies, and the key technologies, how they are helping us to move towards the more heterogeneous and platform independent world, right?
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Charu. Will you please share your screen?
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen. Is it visible now?
Yeah, yes. Thank you.
So my topic of discussion rather would be the modern network technologies, what are their demands, and how those demands have been fulfilled by the upcoming technologies. So if we see that what are the basic network requirements, they are the requirements in current scenarios, they are the four folds which are increasing day by day. One is the cloud computing, second is the big data, third is the mobile traffic, and most largely and widely used is the Internet of Things. So if we think of the enterprises which are using the cloud computing, there is an increasingly prominent trend in many organizations to have a substantial portion or even all information technologies operations to an internet connected infrastructure, which is widely known as enterprise cloud computing. So this drastic shift in IT data processing is accompanied by equally drastic shift in networking requirements. When it comes to big data, we have the enterprises, large and small, increasingly relying on processing and analyzing, massive amount of data. And to process such large quantities of data within tolerable time periods, big data may need distributed file systems, quantities of data within tolerable time periods, which we called as the real-time computing these days. And big data may need distributed file systems, distributed databases, cloud computing platforms, internet storage, and other scalable storage technologies. Then everybody around us, even though we are now operating on the mobile world for this conference as well, the mobile devices are now indispensable part of every enterprise infrastructure, including employer supplied and bring your own devices concept these days. The large population of mobile devices generate now unique new demands on network planning and management, because the traditional wired networks won't be sufficing in such a scenario. Then we have the most common these days, both in kinds of research and which has got a lot of importance and requirements, whose requirements has increased with this COVID pandemic, is the Internet of Things, which involves a large number of objects that use standard communication architectures to provide services to the end users. Billions of such devices will be interconnected in industrial, business, and government networks, providing new interactions between the physical world and computing, digital content, analysis, applications, and services. It also, the IoT has also provided unprecedented opportunities for users, manufacturers, service providers, and you name a sector and you will find the IoT these days, with the latest trend of smart cities coming up. So definitely the traditional traffic, the traditional, TCP IP based networking concepts, they were not able to fulfill the recent trends with these demands. So the more pressure it came to the capacity of the networks, where we have the gigabit data rate networks and Ethernet offerings, where they have reached the 100 gigabits per second, with further increasing in their works. Wi-Fi at almost 7 Gbps are also available, and 4G and 5G networks bring gigabit speeds to other cellular networks as well. Another category of the capacity increase is the high speed and high capacity servers, where the massive blade servers and high performance servers have evolved to meet the increasing multimedia and data processing requirements of the enterprises, calling for a need for efficiently designed and managed networks. So if we see that all these things, they are demanding the need for the changes in the various networking technologies, networking paradigms. And hence we see if the demand is increasing, the supply correspondingly from the technology side is increasing as well. So the capacity of the network technologies, they are trying to absorb this rising load in terms of transmission technologies, the key enterprise wired and wireless network technologies, Ethernet, Wi-Fi respectively. They are converting into gigabits per second from the kbps. Right. The increase in the capacity of the network transmission technologies, they have been matched by an increase in the performance of network devices, such as LAN switches, routers, firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and intrusion protection systems as well. So with this, if we analyze the needs on the basis of the traffic has become more complex these days. Earlier, there were just two. When we used to study the networks at our time, that was continuous or discrete traffic or a burst traffic. Then when the TCP/IP evolved, the traffic definition was changed from elastic to inelastic traffic. And now these days, there is the combination of elastic, inelastic, and the real-time traffic, which needs the attention when we are moving towards the new hybrid network paradigm. So the number of developments have resulted for more dynamic and complex and traffic patterns with the increase in such data enterprises, centers, local and regional enterprise networks, and carrier networks. So if we see that what are the various complexities, we have that the client server applications that typically access multiple databases and servers that must communicate with each other. Then we have the network conversions of voice, data, video traffic that creates unpredictable traffic patterns. Then we have the heavy use of mobile devices, which are personal devices, and the enterprises being working on bring your own device, and most importantly, the widespread use of the public clouds, which has shifted a significant amount of what previously had been local traffic onto the WANs for many enterprises onto the commonly shared commonly shared cloud environment. So when we, after discussing all these things, we come to this conclusion that the traditional networking architecture, they are independent, they are not adequate to fulfill the needs of the changing networking and the combinatorial paradigms. The reason being the two-level end system addressing, because when we, even if we use the IoT, the traditional IP and TCP based addressing schemes, they don't work. We need some other addressing schemes which are compatible to that systems. Then the routing based solely on the destination, that we have a source and a destination. So the routing protocols, they need to be changed. Then the centralized control systems, they are no longer much in use, and the distributed environment is taking the control. Above that, we have so we can, if I really see to the traditional approaches, we have because of their static and complex architectures, inconsistent policies, which cannot scale well to the degree of the requirement, and this more specifically the vendor dependence, that an IBM technology will work there with a specific hardware, and other Amazon will work on that, and so on. So under such situations, these traditional network architecture, and they don't suffice with the modern requirements of the current demands that we have discussed. So if we move further, we have, if we see that how the networking ecosystem has changed, we can see that the entire ecosystem exists to provide the services to the end user, which is the bottom line of the network ecosystem. It was always have been, but earlier the user was the topmost layer, but these days the application and the content providers are the topmost layers. So the user platform, they can be either fixed or they can be mobile, as the devices they use, it depends upon. So users connect to the network-based services and content through the wide variety of network access facilities. And these access facilities, we know that they can be either digital subscriber line, cable modems, Wi-Fi, WiMAX, etc. And what the basic purpose of these network access facilities, they enable the use of connect directly to the internet or to the variety of network providers. Then we have the ultimately, user wants to use the network facilities to access applications content. And we have the three broad categories here, where you can see in the diagram. These are the application providers, then these are the application service providers, then the content providers. So what's the difference between them? The application providers, they provide the applications or the apps that run on the user's platforms, which is typically a mobile platform. More recently, the concept of app stores, that is the Play Store or the Google App Stores we all have on our mobiles, that has come available for the fixed and portable platforms. Then we have the application server providers. They download the software to the user's platform. The application service provider, it also acts as a server or host of the application software that is executed on the servers, on the provider's platform. So if we see the traditional examples of such softwares, they include the traditional ones were the web servers, email servers, database servers. And now the prominent or the contemporary example is the cloud computing provider, the cloud service provider. Then the last category is the content provider, which serves the data to be consumed to the user device. For example, we have the email, we have your music, your video. This data may be commercially provided or an intellectual property, or in some instances, an enterprise may be an application or a content provider. There are, along with these modern demands cropping up, we have the two more major elements which are not depicted here. They are your data center networking and IoT and fog networking. So when we have the large enterprise data centers and cloud providers, data centers, they consist of very large number of interconnected servers, and usually the data center has majority of its data concentrated within itself, and 20% it relies from the outside data. When we have the IoT or the fog networking, the paradigm of Internet of Things that has come up, it has deployed by the enterprise. They may consist of the hundreds or the thousands or even millions of devices. The vast bulk of data traffic to and from these devices is machine to machine rather than from user to machine. So these two paradigms, they involve the interconnectivity within themselves rather than moving out from the system. So now if we see from the perspective of your big data system, so how the networking requirements, they have changed. So many of us knows that the big data, basically before moving ahead, I would like to say that there are three major areas that stand out for changing the paradigms of networking, that is the big data, cloud, and mobility. And they suggest that there should be the need of some powerful tools such as software-defined networking and network functions, virtualization for network operation and management, and for using the comprehensive quality of service and quality of experience systems for effective delivery of services over IP-based networks. So if we start with the big data, we all know, we all are researchers, we all are academicians working over the big data paradigm. It refers to everything that enables the organization to create, manipulate, and manage very large data sets. And these data sets, they are not in gigabytes or kilobytes, they are in terabytes, petabytes, exabytes, and so on. And they also provide the facilities in which these are stored. So distributed data centers, data warehouses, cloud-based storage, they are the common aspects of today's enterprise networks. So many factors have contributed to merging of big data and business networks. These include continuing decline in storage cost, the maturation of data mining and business intelligence tools and government regulations, and definitely the consumer cases that many people have put on the enterprises. So this data is usually a huge mass of structured or an unstructured data. The new terms unstructured data has lately come up with the big data thing. It includes the documents, email messages, voice messages, text messages, and other sources that can be, which we really don't see in day-to-day routine. They can be the internet documents, web logs, even if the presentation which I am giving, this entire conference which is being conducted is being stored somewhere in the large volume of data. Right. So if we see the basic big data infrastructure considerations, we have that the traditional business data storage and management technologies, they included the what we used to call as the relational database management systems, network attached storage, the storage area networks, data warehouses, and business intelligence international analytics. So traditional data warehouse and business intelligence analytics systems tend to be highly centralized within the enterprise infrastructures. These often included a central data repository with RDBMS, high performance storage, and analytics softwares, such as your online analytic OLAP system, right? So, but these days, if we see that how you can say that the big data, which is characterized by the volume, the velocity, that is the rate at which data is generated, variability, that the heterogeneous data is cropping up. So how this actual big data has led to what is the role of the networking with the in a big data ecosystem. So the big data, which seems to be so simpler a thing when it comes entirely to the software handling and analysis and visualization, it actually needs to have various networking requirements, and these are typically the data warehouse, as you can see on the screen, which holds the integrated data from multiple data sources, and it's used for reporting and data analytics. Then we have the data management servers, where the large banks of servers have multiple functions with respect to big data. They run data analytics applications such as data integration tools and analytics tools, and other applications integrate and structure data from enterprise activities such as financial data, point of sale data, e-commerce activities, etc. Then you have the workstation or data processing systems with for the generation of input to the big data warehouses. And then we have the network management server. So one or more servers an enterprise may require for which will be responsible for network management, control, and monitoring. Then it is not the case that we have the data, we have the sensitive information, we have the, even the raw data may not be that valuable for somebody, but the structured and analyzed data is definitely is. So another prominent layer of the networking things that covers up this big data networking ecosystems, they have the firewalls, intrusion detection and prevention systems, LAN switches, and routers. So when we have the network, big data network system, so what are the prominent concerns which comes up in, technically is the network capacity, because the data is so huge. So running the big data analytics require a lot of capacity, and this issue is magnified when big data and day-to-day application traffic are combined over for the very large companies which drive solely on the big data thing. Then we have the latency. So the modern day networking systems, all the systems, what was the basic background, or what was the basis of designing such technologies was that there should be reduction in storing and acquiring the data. So they are more of the real-time kind of schemes which are used. So the networks have to be adaptable to handling the online demand, big demands of the network architecture, and there should be the low latency and to achieve the optimal level of performance for such systems. Then definitely the storage capacity is one of the major issues. Then the processing and securing the data access. Now, if we move towards where we have the storage to the modern storage thing, that is the cloud computing, it involves storing the data on a third-party thing other than your system. So how the network and the cloud computing thing is changing this paradigm. So if we have this cloud network model, before that we can discuss about what are the needs and requirements from the cloud computing point of view. We have the, in a cloud computing, we have the cloud service providers that maintains the local or regional infrastructure. There can be the intra-cloud network, which connects the elements of the infrastructure, including the database servers, storage arrays, and other servers. And the intra-cloud network will likely include large number of LANs interconnected with IP routers. So if we say that, yeah, it is a cloud, that doesn't mean that it is a repository where we can dump our data. So if the clouds themselves need some kind of networking infrastructure within themselves, as well as for connecting with the other storage systems, because the system, similar storage systems like, or the similar cloudlets, because it is a completely distributed environment. Within this infrastructure, the database servers are usually organized as a cluster of virtual machines, providing virtualized, isolated computing environments for different users. So inter-cloud networks interconnect cloud infrastructures together. These cloud infrastructures may be owned by the same cloud provider or by the different ones. So when we have this here, the inter-cloud and the intra-cloud infrastructure, it is shown, you can clearly see that there are two more categories of operation. And they are the network operation support system and cloud operation support system. So the traditional OSS is a system dedicated to the providers of telecommunication services. The processes supported by network OSSs, they include the service management, management of network inventory, configuration of particular network components, and fault management. When we have the cloud OSS, it's a system dedicated to providers of cloud computing systems. So cloud OSS supports processes for maintenance, monitoring, and configuration of cloud resources only. So based upon these, we can clearly define that what are the major concerns, that these are the scalability, performance, and the flexibility of such a system to the incoming traffic, and as well as to the heterogeneity of the traffic. The most interesting thing that we have come across these days, in every household there is, every child is being scolded that yes, the mobile is in their hands. We are using the mobiles in our day-to-day lives more than we use the other facilities in our house. So over the time, the mobile traffic has increased. Though we have developed the various GSMs, 3G, 4G, and 5G systems, but still the networks, the networking capabilities that have to be changed because of the increasing mobile traffic, they are really have a different trend as compared to the other paradigms. So the prevalence of latest devices with the multi-megabit internet access, mobile apps, high megapixel digital cameras, etc., they have led to the momentous achievement in increasing the consumption of mobile traffic. So as you can see on your screen, this report was generated by Ericsson, and it was the trend of the consumption of the mobile and voice data traffic, that is the monthly consumption, and the values have been presented in exabytes. So you can see how exponentially the consumption of mobile data has increased in the previous year. So if we see the Cisco people, they have earlier it was the trend, sorry, yeah. So if we see the extrapolation of the previous trend to another 20 to another few years, this has been analyzed by the Cisco people, we can clearly see that further there is a requirement which could handle, yeah.
Excuse me, sorry for interruption, but we are running out of time. So would you please?
Sir, another 5 minutes, I'll wind up.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So it is clearly visible that with this trend, we can, we need some kind of network infrastructure where we have this accommodation to such kind of increasing traffic. Now there is a difference where earlier we used to have the quality of service and quality of experience, that how we used to, judge the performance. Quality of service was a quantifiable thing, and now these days quality of experience, the feedback system. The feedback systems usually say whether you have the trust in certain kind of service as high, low, or moderate. So it includes the human perception, psychological reviews, and more interactiveness through feedbacks. So all these things which are the demand of the modern things, along with the Internet of Things, where at each layer we have the different level of data being accumulated and being transported to the next level. So hence we require the heterogeneity of the network things over here also. So what are the basically, if we see how the trends have changed, so what are the solutions to this? There are the twofold solutions which have been defined. First one is your SDN, and second is your network functions virtualization. So the driving factor for SDN is the widespread increase of the virtualization. So they are more or less interrelated. And if we see the basic architecture, the central concept is to enable the developers and network management to have same type of control over the network equipment that they have had over the other servers. The SDN approach splits the switching functions between data plane and control plane that are on the separate devices. The data plane is simply responsible for forwarding packets, whereas control plane provides intelligence. And it also meets with the quality of service and QoE experience. So open interfaces are defined so that the switching hardware presents a uniform interface regardless of detailed internal implementation. And then if we see the detail of the simple architecture, we have the data plane, which consists of physical switches, virtual, in both the cases, switches are responsible for forwarding, they have the usual row. Then the application programming interface between the control plane and the data plane. The most prominent example of such an open API is the open flow, SDN open flow, which is a prominent SDN architecture. So rather the basic SDN controllers, they can be implemented directly on the server or on a virtual server, open flow or some other kind of API. So SDN controllers are also NOD-bound APIs, which allows developers and network managers to deploy a wide range of off-shelf or custom-built network applications. Then, if we see that the characteristics of these are that the control plane is separated from the data plane, then control plane is implemented in a centralized controller or a set of controllers, centralized controllers. Open interfaces are defined between devices in the control plane and those in data plane. And network is programmable by the applications running on the top of SDN controllers. Now, if we see a move towards the network functions virtualization concept, it is simply that it is a virtualization of network functions by implementing these functions or software, running them on virtual machines. It is a significant departure from the traditional approaches to design, deployment, and management of networking services, and decompose various networking functions such as network address translations and intrusion detection, domain name systems, etc. Then virtual machine technology, it enables the migration of the dedicated application and database servers to commercial off-shelf servers. So we have the network function devices, deep network related compute devices. I think this is the architecture, and network attached storage. Now we have the most prominent thing about the entire talk is that they are basically common, SDN and NFV, and they move the functionalities usually to a software which enables them to be the hardware independent. They use commodity hardware platforms instead of proprietary platforms. They use standardized or open application program interfaces. They are more efficient towards evolution, deployment, and repositioning of network functions. So when we combine all these things, so if we have the benefits, it is the reduced per capita expenditure, operational expenditure is reduced, deployment time is reduced, ease of operability, single platform use for different applications, targeted service, and cater to wide variety of ecosystems. I'm sorry that I was a bit slow, so I had to rush things up. And the most important one is that when we move towards the actual modern day networking paradigm, is that when we take the feedback is usually in the terms of satisfaction or the dissatisfaction. And then the basic quality of service parameters or metrics are designed on the basis of that. So from those, it is whether the virtualization has to carry it out or we have to carry down using the software defined networking. So the core network is basically turned into the virtual system, which will again provide you with the network services. So the modern day Internet of Things basically runs on the cloud computing, Internet of Things, your big data systems. They basically run on the internal SDN and NFV concepts. So in order to cater to the volumes, variability, and heterogeneity of the data. So with this, in a rushy mode, I come to the end of what the discussion I wanted to do. And if anybody has some queries, you can discuss.
Anybody has any questions? Do you have any query, please? Thank you, Dr. Charu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Have a great day ahead. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Nada Ahmed from College of Computer Science and Engineering, University of Isle. Dr. Nada is going to discuss her research on zinc oxide nanoparticles as the future of the electronics. Dr. Nada, over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very clearly. Thank you very much. Please share your screen and start the presentation.
Okay, I'm going to talk about zinc oxide nanoparticles as the future of electronics. As we know, modern electronics started with the invention of semiconductor devices. Before that, of course, we had the vacuum tube and the solid state devices. Most semiconductor devices are made up of silicon or germanium or gallium arsenide. But the production of all these materials is very complex and very expensive, and only a few countries can produce these materials. Therefore, there's an attitude for looking for a much cheaper alternative for these materials. Metal oxide nanoparticles have been found to be excellent semiconductors, especially zinc oxide and titanium dioxide nanoparticles. They have remarkable characteristics, and they're wonderful in energy conversion, that is for solar cells, and they're physically and chemically stable, and also they are non-toxic. Zinc nanoparticles are an N-type semiconductor, and they have a wide band gap in the range between 3.3 electron volts to 3.7 electron volts. Its production or its preparation can be done by simple methods, and it can be easily performed at room temperature at any chemistry laboratory. It also has a large binding energy of about 6 electron volts at room temperature. We've managed to prepare zinc oxide nanoparticles. Nanoparticles can be synthesized in many structures. Nanorods is one of these structures. They also can be nanospheres, nanocubes, nanoshells, and many other structures. But we prepared zinc oxide nanorods to make sure the white powder we produced was actually zinc oxide. We used X-ray diffraction, and to make sure the particles are in the nano range, we used a transmission electron microscope. And you can see here in figure 1, the nanoparticles. In general, nanoparticles can be can be characterized to 3 categories. The first category is called one dimension. That means one dimension of the particle is in the nano range or in the nanometer scale. Or it can be 2 dimensions. That means 2 dimensions of the particle can be measured in the nanometer scale. Our nanorods were in the 2 dimensions because 2 dimensions were in the nanometer scale because they are less than 100 nanometers. But the length of the nanorod, as can be seen here in figure 1, is about 291 nanometers. After we produced these nanorods, we wanted to see what we can use them in. Okay, zinc oxide nanoparticles can be used to produce diodes. A group of researchers from India managed to produce zinc oxide and copper oxide diodes. As I said, zinc oxide nanoparticles are an N-type semiconductor. That means we need a P-type semiconductor. That's why they used copper oxide. These 2 nanoparticle powders or solutions were used on a substrate. All semiconductor devices are synthesized on a substrate. The regular diodes and transistors are synthesized or prepared or made on a silicon dioxide substrate. But as I said, the silicon dioxide substrate itself, it's not complicated to produce, but the deposition of the other materials used for the electrodes is very complicated and very expensive. That's why sometimes silicon oxide is used as a substrate. But here on this diode, we can see a piece of glass is used as a substrate. This piece of glass is covered with an ITO layer, or it's indium tin oxide layer. On top of it, there's a zinc oxide nanoparticle layer, and on top of that, a copper oxide nanoparticle layer. The width of each layer of each of these layers is 150 nanometers. And this diode was found to have wonderful characteristics. It can be used can be used as a photo detector, or it can be used to produce light emitting diodes. For the characteristics of this diode, it was found to have an E at 2.5 volts. As I said earlier, the most common is the silicon, and the silicon has a breakdown voltage at 0.6 to 0.7 volts, while gallium arsenide has it at 0.3 to 0.4 volts. Also, another group in Pakistan managed to produce another type of zinc oxide nanoparticle diode. This time they used a silicon P-type substrate, and on top of it, they started growing zinc oxide nanorods. And then, as we can see here on figure 4, this is the substrate, and the white circles are the zinc oxide nanorods that were grown on the substrate. This diode has a breakdown voltage at 0.7 volt. Also, other groups of researchers managed to produce field effect transistors. They used zinc oxide nanowires. This nanowire was laid on a silicon dioxide substrate, and the zinc nanowire was used as the gate, while the source and drain were made out of aluminum. We managed to use the zinc oxide nanorods that we produced earlier to synthesize a dye-synthesized solar cell. This solar cell was constructed we used an ITO substrate, and on top of it we used a zinc oxide layer as the N type, or as the cathode for this solar cell. Then we used mercury oxide as a P-type material. The cell was exposed. We didn't use it in the sun. We used a neon lamp instead. It was 0.55 milliwatt and a neon lamp, and we found that our solar cell had photovoltaic properties, as can be seen here on this table. This is the open circuit voltage, the short circuit current, the fill factor, and the power conversion efficiency. Silicon solar cells up to date are the most perfect solar cells, because they have a power conversion efficiency of 30%, but with time, this percentage begins to get less or to reduce. We are intending to increase the power conversion efficiency by doping the zinc oxide nanorods in order to increase the electrical properties. We found out that zinc oxide nanoparticles have many applications in electronics. They can be prepared in many methods, and these methods are very simple and economic. And as I said, we managed to prepare them in an ordinary chemistry lab. Also, doping can be used to enhance the electrical properties of zinc oxide nanoparticles. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nada. Anybody has any queries? Anybody has any questions, please? There are no questions, Dr. Nada. Thank you very much. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Abdul Khalik Sheikh from Sultan Qaboos University, and the topic of discussion is a conceptual model for e-participation by Omani citizen using blockchain technology. Dr. Khalid.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kusum.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Nada, please stop sharing your screen.
I'm trying to get out, but I can't.
Oh, baby.
Dr. Sheikh, you can share your screen, please.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let me introduce first. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sheikh Khalid, and Godi is an assistant professor in Sultan Qaboos University, Oman. So today I'm going to give you the presentation on my research paper. The title of my research paper is A Conceptual Model for E-Participation by Omani Citizens Using Blockchain Technology. Actually, I am primary author and the co-author of this paper, Dr. Leon Goldsmith. He is associate with University of Otago, New Zealand.
Khalid, excuse me, your voice is too low. So if you would come close to the mic, please.
Sure. Now, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, much better.
Okay, should I repeat or should I continue?
Now it's going away. So,
okay, all right.
Come
So
close.
let me move on.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, in this presentation, I'm going to discuss all these topics. First, I will give you the brief overview about e-participation in blockchain technology. Then I will discuss the problem statement and I will present the research objectives. I will also talk about the existing literature and then I will discuss the research methodology and model design. And at the end, the contribution of the research and conclusion will be presented. Okay, let's have a look at the details of each topic. So in this slide, I will give you the brief introduction about the e-participation. So according to the e-government survey of United Nations, e-participation is defined as the process of engaging citizens through ICT, information technology, information and communication technology, in policy and decision making. Basically, e-participation plays a very significant role for both citizen and decision maker. As from citizen perspective, e-participation provides opportunities to participate in the decision making and policy formulation process. On the decision maker side, it shall promote and encourage public participation in order to be capable to create communication channels with citizens. The UN survey basically uses e-participation index, EPI, to measure the quality of e-government services, which is based on three approaches: e-information, e-consultation, and e-decision making. So e-information meaning that the availability of online information, and e-consultation means that online public consultations, and the e-decision making directly involving citizens in the decision processes. For example, e-voting. If we compare e-participation index, EPI, among countries all over the world, so we can say that Denmark and Finland EI, meaning that one by one, like one. So they measure between 0 to 1. So Denmark and Finland are on the top of the world. So e-participation system basically provides a possible solution for the physical, logistical, and perception barriers to enhance participation rates. Is our research using blockchain technology? So let me describe some basic of blockchain technology.
I'm sorry for interruption, Dr. Abdul Khalik. The voice is still not clear, so people cannot.
So let me adjust through this Zoom because I usually use Google Meet and it's already set on that part. So let me.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Yeah, if you speak like this, that's perfect.
Just a moment. Let me check here. Isn't setting. I cannot find any mic setting in the Zoom. Wait, I found it here. It's audio and paste to market. So it's already full, automatically adjust volume. It's an auto. So should I deselect this option?
If you just come close to the mic, you were speaking.
Okay, so now how it is?
Yeah, now it's much better than before. So if you come close to the mic,
because I'm using system mic. Okay, so this is.
Sorry for interruption.
So what about the screen? The screen is clear?
Yeah, the screen is fine.
Okay, so
needs a voice.
Okay. Okay, so basically we were talking about the blockchain technology. Blockchain technology is a decentralized database that relies on the set of cryptographic primitives to ensure data integrity and authenticity. So when we say the words block and chain, in this context, we are actually talking about the digital information, the block. The block contains the hash value and identity stored in a public database, meaning that in distributed database. It is not on the administrator side. So as in the previous presentation, Dr. Sailesh also mentioned and discussed about the blockchain technology. Yes, of course, it is the future emerging technology, and he mentioned about the e-voting that can be performed using blockchain technology. So I would say in Estonia and South Korea, currently they use blockchain technology for their local elections in an e-voting system, and hope this will be used in many developed countries soon. So e-voting is a part of e-participation. Actually, the rapid growth of technology has the potential to transform the way citizens participate in a new and evolving political landscape. So our model uses blockchain technology to ensure transparency, security, and accuracy, and also scalability. So due to the decentralized nature of blockchain, the network of nodes is managed and controlled by peers, in citizens, instead of centralized administrators. So there is no direct involvement of a government in their voting process of participation. So let me move on. So here is the problem statement. So during 2019, the Sultanate of Oman faced a period of political and economic uncertainty. This uncertainty produced risk of Oman's objective of continuing the country's historic record of stable development. An important step towards addressing this uncertainty lies increasing the quantity and quality of citizen participation at both local and national levels. So National Majlis al-Shura election body, for example, only 56% of 525,000 registered voters cast their ballots, despite a concerted government campaign to encourage participation in the lead up to the election. The voter turnout diminished further in the most recent 2019 election, with only 349,000 voters casting ballots out of 713,000 registered voters, equating to a participation rate only 49%. So by considering these issues related to the traditional e-participation, our proposed model utilizes blockchain technology with its extreme decentralizing function and the consequent impact of making centralized system redundant. And with the blockchain system, information is stored in a large number of interconnected distributed ledgers which are incorruptible. There is no central ledger, server, or another form of centralized information management system, which can be vulnerable to human error, malfunctions, or external attacks. So here is our research objective. The objective of the proposed research is to design a new blockchain model that can provide innovative e-participation solutions, contribute to the global academic and applied literature on e-participation, address the question of user satisfaction, and position the Sultanate as a leader in the critical area. To achieve these objectives, we have proposed a conceptual model for e-participation by Omani citizens using blockchain technology. The proposed model is mutually beneficial to government sector and the citizens of Oman. So it's a win-win situation for both sides. Okay, so this slide will present the existing literature review. So one research paper outlined the characteristics of e-participation and demonstrated some examples from government agencies, United Kingdom that uses advanced ICT to provide access to the policy information. So the example described in this study showed clearly how ICT tools can provide people with the capacity to participate and influence decision making. Another study mentioned the positive role of e-participation in facilitating information exchange and coordinating community activities on different issues when those communities are actively engaged in ICT-based participation. The research paper referred to the case of Ireland and described how politicians are engaging with the community directly via e-newsletter and also electronic email. On other hand, the community uses the same platform of exchange to organize their own activities and coordinate programs. This demonstrates how e-participation can act as an essential channel for both government and citizens. In terms of accessing the overall state of the literature, an empirical paper that mentioned in the reference review the e-participation related body of knowledge from 2000 to 2019. The finding of this systematic mapping of the existing literature presented that only 25% of papers are discussed the tools, area, and level of e-participation. The research concluded that the current challenges in e-participation include trust, transparency, and their impact on decision making. So based on the remaining gaps in the common findings and recommendations in the literature, we perceive the need to focus on transparency and user satisfaction in terms of trust in designing our proposed model. So here is our system architecture and the methodologies we use in this proposed model. The overall methodology follows a mixed method approach that combines the importance of qualitative treatment of users and stakeholders perceptions with technical quantitative approaches in terms of system design. Our conceptual model shows in this paper is basically adapted and extended from the research of another paper, CyberO, to make it more transparent and sourced by adding the verification process and user evaluation and feedback components. Diagram, so I can maximize the diagram and I can show. I hope that the clear all components. Basically the diagram has two main sections. One here, this part is fully centralized and this part is decentralized. So one centralized and another centralized, which is basically based on blockchain registration. So casting vote, how the user can cast the vote. So first of all, when participants, the user come to this system, there is a system interface middleware. So through which they are going to cast the vote. But before casting the vote, they need to register the system because there is a central government authority, they will register the voters. or participants. So just in case if they are not registered first, the system will, here it will be rejected, it will go and check the centralized database. So in that case, they need to go manual or another process to register their votes. If they are already registered, so they can go and cast the vote. So here is the verification process. After verification process, then decentralized process will be started. So now see here e-participation activity. So I'm just giving you example of vote, but it can be other than vote. So whatever that just sometime governments also need some user input from the public on decision making. So here I'm just giving you the examples for vote, but it can be used for any other participation. Okay, so how the casting vote will work? So each vote will create one block and will make a chain with another user block. So block will contain identity of user, hash of the current users, and hash of the previous user. So after the voter verification step here, the system displays the candidate details list, including their profiles. The displayed details of each candidate in the system facilitate the choice for voter in case they are not yet taking their voting decision, or they are not sure and would like to know more about the specific candidate. Sorry. Let's assume there are 2 candidates and 4 voters. The first voter cast a vote for candidate 1. Thus, voter 1 creates a specific transaction called and voter 1 transaction, which contains voter national ID number, followed by vote information, timestamp, and the hash value. So each block contains the identity and hash value. These are the words, and timestamp as well. So for the current transaction and previous transaction, also in case it is the first transaction, the previous hash will use the Merkle trees concept which generated the hash for the first root transaction. So here we will use the a private block. So here also I mentioned the personal block is a basically private block. It's not public. Okay, so each transaction here it is hash value with the next transaction automatically in order to ensure the connection between the blocks in the chain. Hence, voter 1 transaction is completed successfully and SMS will be sent to the voter mobile number for the purpose of voting confirmation. And after that, user will be out of the system, and then just they will be notified. And now all the voter information in the system. So user has nothing to do with that system. In the same way, a blockchain will generate that with information about the voter identity, hash of owner block, and hash of the previous user. So it will generate the whole blockchain. The potential impact of this study lies in 2 key areas. First, it illustrates the potential for Oman to position itself as a regional and global leader in e-participation and e-voting. Second, it can shed light on how this innovation can lead to major impacts on electoral efficiency and legitimacy and turnout, which could lead to better citizen engagement in the policy making and representative institutions. So let me move on. Okay, so here is the contribution. Okay, the main contribution of this proposed model includes to explore the shortcomings of existing e-participation system, to identify real challenges that slow the performance of the e-participation process, and to identify the opportunities of using blockchain technology in e-participation that confirm the requirements for user satisfaction, and to propose conceptual model for e-participation using blockchain technology to enhance citizen participation. So these are the contribution of this proposed study. So now this is the conclusion. Okay, let me conclude my presentation. It is essential to explore the emerging linkages between new technologies and new technologies such as blockchain technology and socio-political challenges of fostering political participation. In Oman, political participation has been dropping in a recent years, even as the government has been pursuing strategies to encourage citizen involvement. This paper has addressed this issue in the context of Sultanate of Oman through the proposed blockchain e-participation model, which has wider application in terms of reconciling the long-standing barriers to effective and widely adopted e-participation. So model contains components that systematically engage and verify actors, present and facilitate activities, and securely and openly display results. So we believe that this model can advance the field of e-participation with further quantitative testing in the lab as well as the qualitative assessment amongst actors in the field. But there are many questions marks still surrounding the limitations and challenges for applying decentralized blockchain technology to state society interaction at the local and national level. Hence, the significance of this study for Oman lies in the clarification of the practical application. So need to implement this kind of system for blockchain e-participation system. So these are the references we have used for this proposed study. And this is aimed from my side. I will be more than happy to answer your question if you have any. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdulkader. I would like to invite the audience if they have any question. So please, if you have any question, you might ask using a voice or you write on the chat board. There is a question.
Yes.
Okay. He said, did you create, it is on the chat board, did you create BOC for it?
Let me read. Did you? I cannot read the chat box where it is.
The question is, did you create BOC for it?
Yes, proof of concept. Basically, this is our short paper and this is the conceptual model. So a proof of concept, actually we have done the case study and we have done the sequence diagram. So in the next stage, we are going to implement this kind of system. So that will be like, they will test and evaluate our system. So at this stage, no, because this is a conceptual model. But in the next stage, yes, we will do that. We are in process of that. We have done like this use cases, and then sequence diagram is already finished. And the next step, we will do the proof of concept.
Okay, there is a following up question. Did you recommend the specific blockchain platform for this proposed solution?
Yes, because now if we compare like public and private, so in this kind of work, I would recommend the private. So I will not mention one specific name because still we need to compare and see that which one. So in the implementation phase, we will know that which specific one is giving best result. So until and unless we do some experiment, at this stage we cannot recommend a specific, but yes, private block we can recommend it this stage.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Abdulkader, for your presentation. Thank you for
answering. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us today. And I think we'll move on to the next presentation, but unfortunately, the author is not available. So we conclude today. Would like to thank you all of the attendants, all of our key speakers, all of our presenters today. And we'll see you tomorrow. The schedule is online. It will start at 10 a.m. in the morning, Riyadh time. So please check the website for the schedule. And we'll see you all tomorrow on board again. Thank you all, and all the presentation will be sent to you after the second day. And also, we might send the video as well if it is not that large. However, we would like to see you tomorrow. So thank you so much to all for all of you. I'll see you again tomorrow morning. Thank you.